Magic Hunter is Book 4 in Zoey's Revenge. Written by Maggie Shaw. Published by Google Play and AI narrated by Madeline. Copyright owned by Harley Romance Publishing, 2023. Chapter 1. Fighting with my sorta boyfriend in front of my sorta father was like a nightmare come true. I wasn't doing it. Rage pounded through me so hard I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. And all I could do was adjust the situation. "Chief, do you mind if I speak to Fin alone for a moment?" I asked, my tone careful and calm. I kept my eyes locked on Fin as he leaned to the side on the blanket he lay upon, his hand pressed to his healing wound. The chief knew me better than anyone. He cast a glance between Fin and me, then stood and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Fin dropped his gaze as I took the seat the chief had vacated. He knew he was in trouble. That was clear. "Is it true?" I asked. "Have you had this secret relationship with the chief the entire time we've known each other?" He let out a long sigh, then dragged his gaze to mine. "You're overreacting, Zoey. We haven't had a secret relationship. We met a couple of times over the years when I was working for the Phi Council. I couldn't even touch that piece of information yet. But you'd met before and you just left that tidbit out? What do you want from me?" His tone was sharper than usual, likely caused by the pain from his wound, but I didn't care. People had been using that tone with me all my life. "I want the truth. Why didn't you tell me before? You had plenty of opportunity. Every single time I said, 'Fin, no more secrets,' and you said, 'Okay, Zoey, I respect you enough to abide by that.'" His pale lips folded in a thin line. "It never occurred to me it would matter. You said yourself that your relationship with the chief was strained. I thought you two barely spoke to each other. He fired you, remember?" "Well, what the hell was he supposed to do?" I asked, throwing my hands in the air. "Sometimes I'm an asshole." "Oh, I'm well aware." I narrowed my eyes. "If you're using this opportunity to tell me I'm an asshole, then you have shitty timing." He hissed out a strained breath. "Oh, Kettle, is that black you're wearing? It looks just like mine." "Touché." We sat there glaring at each other. It wasn't really the fact that Fin knew the chief and didn't tell me that pissed me off, but the way he continually promised that he was telling me everything, and then around every corner, there was some new secret waiting to blindside me. "What else?" I demanded. "What else are you keeping from me? I'm tired of the lies and the secrets and more lies as you tell me you don't have any secrets." He surged to his feet, still clutching his side with his palm. "What do you want me to do? Roll out the decades of my life for you to inspect, to ensure something won't pop up and get me into trouble with you? I lived an entire lifetime before you were even born, Zoey, and part of that life might have overlapped with yours. How am I supposed to know which parts did that?" I waved at the door. "The parts that are obvious. The parts that are so glaringly obvious they should have already been disclosed to me, like the fact you were at my parents' crime scene and the fact that you and the chief have a history." With a gusty sigh, I slumped back into the chair. Under the weight of grief and exhaustion, I had little left to push with. After a minute of wobbly standing, he sank back onto the twin-size guest bed and stared at me. "I worked for the Council on Crimes Against Phi. I came into contact with the chief once at your parents' murder. That's it. I didn't see him again until I saw him at the office the day you took me in there." Another question surged through the exhaustion to bob at the surface. "If you were working crimes against Phi, then which of my parents was the Phi?" I didn't need to add the question, "And which the mage?" "Your mother. She was Phi," he whispered. "And there you go again, something you could have told me at any point. Perhaps when we were talking about my parentage, or maybe when you were teaching me how to use magic. Look, Zoey, I'm sorry. I can't rifle through my head to discern what I should and shouldn't tell you on any given day. Please understand. I didn't choose to hide the information from you." Gods. I wanted to believe him, but Fin had a habit of keeping things from me. Over and over, until he got caught and had to dig his way out of the lie again. Why couldn't I learn my lesson the first time? I crossed my arms under my chest and stared him down, forcing our gazes to lock. I'm going to ask you this one time, and if I find out you lied, it's over. I'm done with all this. With everything. He didn't speak, simply waiting for me to say something, his chest rising and falling jaggedly. Is there anything else you've been hiding you need to tell me? His mouth popped open and I held up my hand. No, this is your last chance. Don't waste it. Because we aren't doing this whole roundabout again. I won't be punched in the head with one of your lies again. Not only is it embarrassing, it's distracting because it makes me want to throw things at your face. I focused on breathing through my anger, slowing my heart rate. There is something else, but I can't tell you yet. Just like that, my calm evaporated like a bubble on a blade of grass. Excuse me? It's not that I don't want to tell you, but you're not ready to hear it, and I can't risk telling you until you're ready. A rushing sound filled my ears. I was 2 seconds from drop-kicking him in his stupidly beautiful face. I stood, trying to project calm despite the rage coursing through me. Without another word to him, I walked out of the room and slammed the door behind me. The chief stood against the wall opposite the doorway and handed me a long strip of wrapping for my hands. He didn't need to explain himself. I gripped the wrap and headed down the stairs to the right, straight into the basement the chief used for training. I'd spent more time down there than I had on the upper level. My hands shook as I tried to wrap them, and the chief dragged me to stand in front of a punching bag. Then he took the strip of material from me and wrapped my hands carefully, methodically. A flash of him doing this the first time hit me. I'd been 13 and dealing with the anger over my parents' murder. He'd helped me channel it into my training. The present image burned so much brighter. It had been years since we stood in this room together. I would not cry. Not in front of Fin and not in front of the chief. Once my bandage was wrapped tight, he turned me to face my opponent. I took my anger out on the sand-filled bag hanging from the ceiling. The bag swayed with every punch. This was always the best part. The bag could pretty much take every bit of my rage and not change. Not shift. No matter what, the bag remained the same, and that was comforting to me. I didn't know how long I stayed down there. The chief didn't keep a clock in the basement. He used to say, "You stay down there until you don't need to be there anymore, no matter what time it is in the outside world." The bag swung wildly on its hook, and I hugged it to my chest, resting my cheek against the vinyl. Another wave of exhaustion hit me, threatening to drag me under until I submitted. With shaking arms, I unwrapped my hands and put the bandage in the drawer with my name on it, still here, written on a white label. Then I lumbered up the stairs. The chief met me at the door, and I waved him away. I'm going to shower. Then probably eat something and crash. He scanned me from head to toe in one smooth inspection. Then with a nod, he headed back to the kitchen. The bathroom felt a lot smaller than it had in my teen years. A shower sat in the corner. Gray stones lined the space and multiple shower heads hung overhead. The chief enjoyed his showers. I found towels under the sink and stripped out of my dirty, sweaty clothing. Under the spray, I let my shoulders fall and relaxed some of my guard. I felt Fin brush against the bond between us. No, I growled and locked down the connection. I could still feel him on the other side, but I didn't want to be anywhere near him, mentally or physically, right now. With sore arms, it took me longer to wash my hair, but I reveled in the muscle ache. When I finished, I climbed out, dried off, and wrapped the overly large towel around my body to go find some clean clothes. I almost tripped over the pile of clothes the chief had left for me outside the bathroom door. Once I dressed and braided my wet hair to keep it out of the way, I walked back out to find the chief in the kitchen. Did you move into the kitchen now, or am I just lucky to keep finding you in here when I'm hungry? The chief snorted and continued ladling soup into a bowl. Then he layered a couple of grilled cheese sandwiches on a plate and carried them around the counter for me. When I reached out to take them, he dodged my hands. "These are for your boyfriend. The bowls are in the same place. Help yourself." He said boyfriend like it was a curse word, and I smiled as I took his place on the other side of the counter to get my own meal. I took my food to the couch and settled into the plush cushions in front of the fire with my feet folded underneath me. The chief came back and joined me on the couch with his own food. "Soup your specialty." He huffed more than laughed as he sipped the tomato soup with a ridiculously large spoon. Once he swallowed, he said, "Surprised you're not in there eating with him. I know you heard our fight. Pretending otherwise won't help the situation. He needs time to consider his priorities and where I fit into that mess. I need time so I don't plant a knife through his ear." I lowered my face to take a few sips of the hot liquid. We lapsed into a calm silence, and I finished my sandwich and soup, then took my dishes to the kitchen. As the chief finished eating, I washed the dirty dishes in the sink and eyeballed his rising dough still sitting where he'd left it on the bench. "Don't touch it while it's rising. It can feel your eyes on it and it might fall. It senses fear." I chuckled and threw the dish towel onto the counter. The events of the day caught up with me. The captain's face swam in my vision, and I swallowed the lump in my throat. The chief put his dishes in the sink, chuffed my bicep, and went back to his room for bed, I suspected. He never told me where he was going. Or why. I settled onto the couch and tugged a blanket off the back. No way I'd be going into the room and squeezing in beside Fin. Footsteps in the hall made me look up. Fin padded into the kitchen and placed his dinner dishes in the sink, then came over to the couch. "I'm not ready to talk to you right now," I said, gazing at the dwindling fire. He settled beside me, leaving some distance between us. For his safety, no doubt. "Do you have any secrets?" I turned my head to look at him. Was he fucking kidding me? "You hide things from me, and then you have the gall to ask me if I'm keeping things from you?" He tilted his head to stare at me. "You keep just as many secrets as I do, Zoey. You just seem to catch me in all mine." My mind flashed to Soul's necklace, and my ability to possibly track her through her metalsmithing. To be fair, it wasn't a secret. We just hadn't had time to go over all the details and make a plan to do it yet. Fucking Esteban had interrupted us. Instead of answering his question, I said, "We need to make sure the captain is taken care of. I don't like the idea of him just lying there all alone." Fin lifted his hand like he might touch me, but then settled it back down, thinking better of it. "I'll take care of it. He won't be alone." The silence stretched between us and I hugged the blanket higher to my chest. "Well, good night." After a minute, he sighed heavily, lumbered off the couch, and went back to his bedroom alone. I ignored the tears tracking down my cheeks and lay down. I'd taken so many naps on this lumpy old couch, and as it settled around me, I sighed. It felt like home, being here in a way my apartment never did. I needed to be here. Something deep inside told me coming home was the right choice. I felt the bond between Fin and me. I let my shields go and brushed against the connection, checking it was still there. If he felt me do it, he didn't respond. So I lay there with my anger and my grief, and let sleep carry me out of it for a while. But sleep wasn't in my future, it seemed. I blinked my eyes open and found myself flat on my back on the blue mats in Fin's training room. "What the fuck?" I said out loud, staring up at the white ceiling. "You always did have a way with language," a familiar voice said from beside me. I glanced over to stare at the captain. He wore a plain black t-shirt and a pair of gray sweatpants. Otherwise, he looked exactly the same as he had when I'd last seen him, alive. No, this wasn't real. It felt like ascending. I peered around the room, afraid to sit up, afraid to breathe. How could he be initiating ascending if he died? I saw him die. Fear swept through me. Had we run away from the house and left him there alone, bleeding out slowly? I clawed at the mats, trying to lever myself up, but even in my dreams my muscles were sore and it took me a minute to sit up. "Take your time," the captain said. I burst into tears. Chapter 2. "Oh shit, Zoey, don't cry. This may come as a shock to you, but I'm not great at dealing with female tears," the captain said. My sadness turned into laughter as I stared into his face. "Yeah, you are definitely the type to be manipulated by tears." He narrowed his eyes. "I wouldn't go that far. I've known plenty of women who pull that move ruthlessly, dropping big fat crocodile tears at a moment's notice. Neither one of us needed to mention the fact that I was one of those women who could put on a show if I needed to get my own way. But I wasn't doing that now. I wanted to hug him and tell him how sorry I was that he was gone. Especially knowing how much Fin was hurting. I didn't hug him, though. Instead, I gaped at him, trying to think of something to say. Anything that might convey how much it hurt to know he wouldn't be there when I woke up. He stared back at me, like he was perfectly comfortable to spend time in my company for however long we had. "What's going on here?" I asked, unable to sit still in silence for long. "You're not alive, are you? I feel like I would know if you were alive." Come to mention it, while this felt like sending, it also had a dreamier quality about it. Like ascending, but through a fog. He smiled. "No, I'm definitely not alive. This is just a lingering part of my magic, and my consciousness that connected to you the last time we had ascending." I didn't know what to say to that. Not only did I not know how much time we had, I also couldn't think of a proper way to actually apologize for him dying. Right beside me, right beside Fin. He raised his eyebrows in question. "Fuck, we couldn't just sit here looking at each other. I really don't know what to say. I'm so sorry that you died, especially that way. Within arm's reach. It wasn't your fault, Zoey. I just feel like I should have done something different. I should have been better. I should have saved you." He gathered my hands in his, and I marveled at how solid they felt in mine. How solid all of him felt. Even as he moved, the surrounding air stirred as though he was real. "I don't want you to blame yourself. Fin is going to blame himself no matter what. Even if I stand at the end of his bed as a ghost and tell him not to. Can you try to get him to understand that it wasn't his fault? I'm pretty sure you might be the only person who can get through to him about it." I shook my head and gripped his hands tighter. I opened my mouth again, trying to gather the words to express my sympathy, my regret. Most of our friendship had been rocky, especially given our mutual feelings for Fin. I wish he'd used this last little bit of himself to talk to Fin, but knew he couldn't. Fin was a pure Fi. He couldn't connect with the captain the way I could, through our mage magic. Grasping onto the first thing that popped into my head, I said, "Is there anything you can tell me about that knife?" He shook his head. No, I knew he had it. There are several weapons with those sorts of abilities, but it's sort of an unspoken rule that you don't use them against others with magic. So what, you're supposed to save them for people without magic? That doesn't seem right. If you can't tell me about the knife, can you tell me anything about how to steal it from him, or how to negate its magic? Either way, Esteban isn't following that rule anymore. He used it on Fin after you. His entire body went rigid, and his eyes flew wide. What? Don't worry, I took care of him. We're at the chief's cottage right now. It looks like the chief's hatred of magic actually saved Fin's life. His long gusty sigh of relief blew my hair around my face. I fear Esteban is too far gone. What do you mean? Esteban has always been a little unstable. But our last several encounters, he's been even more so. And now, killing me with that weapon and going after Fin. I fear he's jumped off the deep end, and there's nothing that will be able to stop him. I wasn't going to take offense at that. Well, I'm going to give it my best shot, especially since all I can think about is driving that damn knife right into his belly. Anything you know that will get that knife out of play. The captain nodded. Of all of the people I know, I think you could at least give him a run for his money. And yes, you need to find a metalsmith. They are rare, but they might be able to help either take apart the magic in the weapon, or give you something to help fight against it. At least give him a run for his money. I shoved at his shoulder in mock affront. For the record, he and I have gone head to head 3 times now. And every time I've come out alive. He snorted. Barely alive, maybe? Even his residual consciousness was giving me shit. Is there anything you need? He nodded. I want you to be easy with Fin. He acts way tougher than he actually is. Every time he closes down and pushes you away, it's his way of trying to protect himself. Just be gentle. I glared at him. Be gentle with a man who keeps lying to me? How do you propose I do that? My tone carried some of the bite I used on Fin earlier. The captain averted his gaze from mine. He doesn't mean to keep lying to you. The man is fucking old, Zoey. Be patient with him as he learns both the ways of modern women and your ways. I don't even know what that means. His snort called me an idiot. Ask me how many women he's dated in the many years he and I have been friends. Not that I wanted to know. Okay, my jealous ass did. Just tell me. 1. He's dated 1 woman, casually, seriously, any of it. And that 1 woman is you. He tends to stay away from the opposite sex, and he doesn't date men. As long as I've known him, he's been going it alone, despite all that he has suffered and lost. So, you're a novelty to him and he doesn't know how to act. And that gives him the right to keep things from me? I asked him point blank what he knows and is hiding from me, and he told me he couldn't tell me until I'm ready. The mats creaked underneath us as I shifted to lie flat on the blue vinyl. The captain joined me, still holding my hand in his. Somehow, it didn't feel weird here. In real life, I'd have cut off his hand and thrown it back to him. Now, though, it was beginning to feel like I was giving a little of myself to keep him with me longer. Don't pretend you don't have your own secrets to keep, the captain said. I know you well enough by now to guess you have at least 1 or 2 things you haven't told him you probably should have. I shook my head and squeezed my eyes closed. I'll think about it. There's one more thing I want you to do for me. Just as demanding in death as you were in life. He grunted and nudged my shoulder with his. Too soon? I asked. I want you to kill Esteban. His words surprised me. I thought we were already on the same page when it came to that bastard. Of course, I'm going to kill him. What, did you think we were going to run off together? I shuddered, unable to even speak about such a thing in jest. No, I mean I want you to physically end his life. When it comes down to it, Fin will hesitate, and it might get him killed. Don't even let him in the situation. If you have the chance, take it, and don't let Fin be the one standing between you. Each word he spoke had a forceful edge to it, as if he were trying to impart some hidden meaning I should be able to grasp. I couldn't, not right now, so I said, of course I'll handle it. Do you happen to have any tips, tricks, or tidbits on how to deal with this guy that you might not have told me before? He turned his head to stare at me, and again, I felt like there might be something he desperately wanted to impart, that I shouldn't have to ask. But he didn't speak. So, I turned my attention back to the white ceiling above me, and spent the last few lingering moments I had with the captain. If he wanted to lay here in silence, I wasn't about to take that away from him. The dreamy haze of the moment began to wane. I could feel myself starting to wake up. I gripped his hand tighter, hoping to keep him with me, even as I knew I needed to let him go. I'm not ready to say goodbye yet. I wasn't at the house and I'm not now. I know I've been a complete brat to you, but I like you. I liked you even when I first met you. We're too alike for us to remain enemies. He laughed, warm and soft. It felt good to hear it in the air around me. We aren't saying goodbye, Zoey, because I'm already gone. This is just your mind, and my magic's way of giving us a few more moments together. Does Fin get to say goodbye too? I tilted my head to see his eyes better. No, he doesn't. But he knows how I felt about him, and I knew how he felt about me too. Like you and him, he and I shared a bond as well. Not the same kind of bond, but unbreakable nonetheless. It was the closest we'd come to speaking about our aligned feelings for Fin, but I didn't want to taint the moment by bringing it up, so I just nodded. Any chance I can get you to tell me what Fin's last secret is? The one he's hiding behind. I will not lie. It might be the one to push us apart for good. You two don't have a chance of being apart. Even angry at each other and practically forcing yourselves away, you always end up drifting together again. And to answer your question, no, I won't tell you, not yet. As Fin said, you're not ready. But I might give you a bit of a hint. Please do. I need all the help I can to get inside Fin's head. Sometimes I feel like he's even more secretive and paranoid than the chief. We rolled onto our sides to face each other. I doubt anyone is more secretive and paranoid than your father. The urge to clarify that the chief wasn't my father rose to my lips. But after everything he'd done for me today, I couldn't bring myself to denounce him. Progress, the captain murmured. You might not think so, but you've changed since I first met you. While you're still an asshole, you're at least starting to open your mind to the possibility that people can care about you. And you can care about them. Tears threatened at the corners of my eyes as I watched the air shimmer around him. I always lose the people I care about. You never lose them. They stay with you, you just can't see them anymore. My chest rose and fell with a strained laugh. Well, that's bullshit, but thanks for trying. And stop spreading rumors I've gone soft. What do you think I'm doing here now? Staying. You're literally fading out in front of my eyes. You don't get to stay, even in my dreams. He shrugged. Maybe that's the only place I get to stay. But keep it clean, all right? I have a reputation to protect. His form went a little hazy, like I could reach out and stick my hand through the middle of his chest. Not that I wanted to. It would mean this wasn't real, and I needed it to be real more than I needed to breathe right now. How much time do we have left? I asked. Enough. Now promise me again you'll take out Esteban. Yourself. If you can manage it, don't even let Fin in the same room when you do it. I wiped away a stray tear that escaped. I already promised I would. Geez, old man, stop mothering me. He reached out and took my hand in his, and I focused on keeping it solid, not letting my fingers slip through the smoke of his own. I just needed to make sure you understand how important it is that you not let him face Esteban. I nodded. I got it. Don't let Fin anywhere near Esteban when I cut off his head and feed it to a pack of wild dogs. His eyes crinkled as he laughed. Sometimes, not when it's used against me, but sometimes I appreciate how vicious you are. I try, you old sweet talker. The lights flickered around the room, and I stared straight at his face, still feeling his fingertips against my own. He was my friend. Yet another person in my life I'd lost. It's time for me to go, he whispered and reached out to drag me into his arms. You sure you can't stay? There's no magic I can do to help you, or keep you here with me. He shook his head as it rested on my shoulder. Side by side, this hug was awkward, but I didn't care as I clutched him to me. Remember your promise, he whispered, his voice growing fainter. I will. Don't worry. Is there anything you need me to do for you? Any last wish, or anything you want me to delete from your browser history before someone finds it? He chuckled in my ear, and I reveled in the tightening of his arms around me. No thank you. Fin knows all my final wishes, and I've never owned a computer. I promise, I was prepared to go at any moment, and somehow, I always knew it would be Esteban who took me down. I just wish I could have gotten him at the same time. Then it might have been worth it. Fin will miss you. I'll tell him you said goodbye. His face started to disappear, and I squeezed my eyes shut, focusing on his torso under my hands. Be nice to your mate. He doesn't even know where to begin when it comes to you. The captain disappeared completely, and I blinked my eyes open to stare at the sun-streaked ceiling of the cottage. Chapter 3. When I woke, tears were pouring down my face. My neck, my shirt, my ears, even my hair were soaked with them. I spent a couple of moments forcing myself to breathe, and remembering where I was and why. The captain's presence was a lingering memory in the back of my mind. I closed my eyes and made a vow to myself. Esteban will die. Not just to keep my promise to the captain, but to avenge his death. As I lay there, I realized how much this mission was no longer about my parents. It felt a bit like a betrayal to them. Like I'd lost my original focus. Did that mean that I didn't care as much about them as I should? A sob escaped my throat, and I splayed my fingers over my mouth to stifle any more. I'd mourned my parents a long time ago, but the captain's death was still fresh. It hurt like a jagged wound to the gut. Are you all right? A deep voice asked from the shadows of the lounge room. I startled, but then I caught sight of the low light splashed across ridiculous cheekbones and relaxed. Yes, I'm fine. What the hell are you doing, sitting there watching me sleep? Fin shook his head, his shoulders slumped in a way that could almost be described as defeated. No, I thought I felt. What? Harlan, he said. He stared off at the wall, refusing to meet my eyes. I could tell him about the dream and what the captain had told me, but not right now. Not while ugly secrets were burrowed between us. We'd never had an easy relationship, but somehow, with him refusing to help me breach the distance, it seemed harder. And under the heavy weight of the captain's death, it didn't feel like it was worth the effort. Not today, not right now. I rolled onto my side and tucked my hand under the pillow so I could see him better without craning my neck. Finally, he dragged his gaze back to mine, but a sheen covered his eyes. Like he didn't want me to see him cry. A stupid notion, considering he just watched me wake up and have a mini breakdown. Are you okay? No, he whispered. I don't think I am. Not right now. That's fine. We don't have to be okay all the time. But maybe let's not watch me sleep in the future. It's creepy as hell. A jagged laugh burst from him and he shook his head. Sorry, I couldn't sleep, and I kept wanting you beside me, so I came out here to sit, hoping that being close to you would help. Obviously, it didn't in the sleep department, but I stayed anyway. He gave another shake of his head, like he'd talked himself out of saying something. Where'd you go? I thought I felt magic. I waved around the room like LeVar Burton. No magic, remember? I don't know what you felt, but it wasn't me going anywhere. I just had a dream. There was no way to tell if he believed me, not in near darkness with so many other emotions flashing across his face in regular intervals. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? I asked. You seem like you need to say something. When he didn't answer, I kept my eye on him as I snuggled deeper into my blankets. It was still dark outside, and I needed way more sleep than my captain-interrupted dream supplied. How did we get here again? Or how did we keep coming back here? Secrets and lies. I was so tired of them ruining everything good in my life. Well, secrets, lies, and fucking Esteban. The captain's little hint about me being Fin's mate was still ringing in my head. As I watched Fin, I wanted to ask him what it meant, and yet, if it was what he was refusing to talk to me about, I didn't want to hear him reject my attempts to draw him out again. It was way too fucking early in the day for that. I knew nothing about Fi mates, or what it meant to be someone's mate. Even worse, what my mage blood might contribute to the whole damn mess. I made a note in my head to try and learn what I could on my own, since I doubted Fin would give me any details, and it was way too obvious to ask him after waking up from that dream. I'm tired, Fin whispered into the quiet room, only the tinkle of the dying embers in the hearth to compete with the sound of his voice. Go back to bed. He dropped his chin. No, I'm tired of fighting. Tired of seeing the people I love get hurt and die. I don't think I have anything left to sacrifice in this war against him. He's taken almost everything from me, killing me slowly and methodically. He always was a patient bastard. My heart ached for Fin, and it took everything I had not to shuffle over to his chair and comfort him. Wrap my arms around him and tell him everything would be okay. I couldn't wrap my arms around him and lie. We might all die in our next big fight against Esteban. Hell, there was no way of knowing how this would all turn out, and I couldn't put that lie on top of everything else between us. So I kept my mouth shut and lay there with him, hoping at least my presence could bring him some of the comfort he needed right now. A door down the hall opened and closed heavily. I let out a long sigh and shoved back my covers. No more sleep for me. As I expected, the chief walked out and stared at us both. Well, since everyone is up right now, let's get some training in. Fin gave him what I thought was supposed to be a withering stare. No one alive could intimidate the chief. I don't think I'll be training until I can heal this wound. I stood and stretched my arms over my head to get some blood flowing. Nice try. Not even losing a limb would get you out of training in this house. One time I broke my wrist and I still had to show up and do what I could. That defeated look still hung over Fin's shoulders. I didn't doubt for a second the chief could see it too. She's right. Come on, you can do some weights or stretching while we spar. You need to get some movement in the side so scar tissue doesn't set in, before you can leave and try to magically heal it. Instead of arguing, Fin carefully shoved out of the chair and folded his blanket to lay across the back of it. Since I doubt I'll be able to argue my way out of this, we might as well get it over with. That's the spirit. I grinned. He didn't look at me, but followed the chief down to the mats in the basement. I made a quick stop to change into a sports bra and leggings. No way I was throwing punches with my chest flying around everywhere. As I walked down the stairs, I dragged my hair up into a tight top knot. The chief had already set out 2 sets of long wooden staffs in the middle of the mats. I surveyed them, and then studied the rack. We should go for the short ones. I'm fighting with daggers these days. Daggers? Why? I shrugged. Magic, I guess. They spoke to me, so it seemed like a good idea to get myself accustomed to using them. Especially with magical enemies. The chief replaced the staffs with shorter baton-length ones. Fin sat on the other side of the room, in a plain wooden chair, shifting his torso from side to side. His Phi blood would help ensure he healed faster than a human, but once we left the magical protections of the chief's cabin, neither of us knew what would happen with his wound. The extra time spent was hopefully to help the wound close before we left, in case the magic of the blade activated again. I drew my attention back to the chief, and grabbed 2 of the rods off the floor. Have you been training since you've been away? The chief asked. Away like I'd gone on vacation, and only now ventured home to see him. Yes, often. Our friend who died and Fin have been training me in both fighting and magic. The chief nodded and launched himself at me, staffs raised to strike. I dodged neatly, but he dragged one of the staffs out to clock me in the side of the head as he passed. Predictable, he said. I rubbed my stinging ear. The blow wasn't hard, but my ears were sensitive, especially to large wooden objects battering them. With no need for words, I crouched to lower my center of gravity, then I took a large step to my left and struck out at his thighs. He blocked easily enough. I twisted at the last second, and landed one of the staffs across his lower back. Better, he grumbled, rubbing the area I hit. We went round and round. Every so often, I'd glance over to check on Fin, who continued stretching as if he were in physical therapy, not the chief's basement. After an hour, the chief called for a water break. I shoved the staffs onto the rack, and grabbed a water bottle off a shelf in the corner of the room. The shelf contained a neat row of water bottles, some electrolyte drinks, and various protein bars. The chief didn't like going back upstairs after he started training unless he'd finished. Said it was too hard to drag himself back down once he'd gotten away. I handed Fin a water bottle, but kept my distance and joined the chief on the mats to cool down and stretch after our workout. "What are you going to do now?" the chief asked. I swallowed water in a large gulp. Eat breakfast probably." "Why?" he snorted. The man never did appreciate my snark. "I mean, what's next? You can't stay here forever." "I don't know. The house is compromised, so we can't go there. No doubt my apartment is as well, especially with my landlord handing out keys to every cute boy who flirts with him." I cast Fin a glare which earned me a little smile. "Your boyfriend over there has safe houses all over the world. I'm sure you can sneak off to one of them while you figure out your next moves." I eyed Fin. "You have safe houses and you didn't tell me?" Fin shrugged. "What good would it have done after I was injured? You seem to have a plan, so I was content to follow your lead." With a long exhale, I threw myself back onto the mat and curled up my thighs to my chest. My muscles were sore from our last encounter with Esteban, but also from the spar with the chief. We needed to leave, so we could both heal ourselves and prepare for the next round. Once I finished stretching, I headed back upstairs to shower and dress. The chief and Fin were sitting in the kitchen eating when I came out. I grabbed a plate and stood against the kitchen counter while I shoveled eggs into my mouth. Sufficiently fed, I looked to Fin. "We should think about leaving soon. Both of us need to train with our magic, heal our wounds, and make a new plan. But it just doesn't feel right to plan without the captain." "I know," Fin said. "Do you have a safe house in mind? Somewhere near the city, so we can go in if necessary? I don't want to go back to the house, not for a while. And there's nothing at my apartment except clothes, which I can get anywhere." Fin pressed his shoulders back and nodded. "Yes, I have several that fit that bill. One I think would be best for a defensible position and minimal entrances." I clapped my hands. "Great. Then let's get to it and leave the chief to his bread making." The chief snorted but kept his comments to himself. Fin brushed past me to head into the bedroom and I made eye contact with the chief, letting him know I needed to do this, and then I followed Fin. Inside the bedroom, I closed the door behind me. "Look. We have some things going on right now, but I'm going to make things even more awkward by declaring myself the unofficial leader of this little duo. If I'm continuing on this oh-so-fun journey, I'm calling the shots." He didn't respond, so I crossed the room to where he sat on the edge of the bed. Then I lifted his chin gently to force his gaze to mine. "Did you hear me? You want to make the choices from now on?" "Yes, I heard you, Zoey." There was an edge to his voice I didn't appreciate. "What do you propose then?" I asked. "You and the captain called the shots for our last several encounters with Esteban, and it didn't work out well for any of us. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of getting my ass handed to me. Especially considering I'm a pretty good fighter. How about you?" He kept his eyes on me as he threaded his hands around my hips and tightened his grip. Warmth spread through me, threatening to derail my resolve to keep him at arm's length. I sounded breathy when I pressed on. "Are we on the same page?" He kneaded his fingers into my muscles, and I bit my lip to keep the moan stifled. We weren't doing this, not until the secrets and lies were cleared away for good. "Don't think I'm going to cave just because you look pouty and touch me in all the right ways," I added. A heartbeat later, he dropped his hands and I scrambled out of his reach. Good to know that no matter how angry I was at him, he could still touch me and make me lose my ever-loving mind. Damn it. I swallowed hard. "Get yourself together, and we'll leave in 30 minutes. I'm going to talk to the chief real fast and make sure we're armed before we go." He nodded, the strain entering his eyes again. I hated seeing the sadness on his face, written in the lines around his eyes and mouth. Even his hair looked a little dull in the low lighting of the chief's guest room. I left him there, not sure I'd be able to control myself if he touched me again. Chapter 4. Thankfully, when we left the safety of the chief's non-magical house, Fin's injury only got a little worse. He groaned as we drove back into town, but overall, it held. We'd need to do some magical healing though, which meant I was up for using my magic again. Hopefully, I was up to the task. When we arrived at the destination he gave me, I pulled the black SUV onto the side of the road and gaped up at the building before me. Fin's safe house was a $1 million piece of real estate in a high-rise building right in the center of town. I grumbled the whole way up the elevator, and as I punched in the code he relayed. Then I helped him inside. If Esteban wants to find us, all he has to do is price out the most expensive properties in the state and start picking them off, I said, as I lowered him into a steel gray sectional in the heart of the penthouse. He hissed out of breath and closed his eyes. Well, he'd have to get past the security teams on the ground floor first. The magic-wielding security teams. Interesting. How much more does it cost to hire magical security? I surveyed him closely, monitoring his pain and little movements. Does it matter? With a sigh, I lowered myself to the couch beside him. Go get some rest and then we can attempt to heal you. I just wanted to wait and let the wound settle before we tried, in case the magic returned to the wound or whatever. He nodded, and I helped him to his feet and then to the bedroom. There was only one, I noted, as I carefully situated him on the rich navy bedding. The heavy curtains were open, revealing the city skyline below. Any other time, I might have stood there gawking at the view, but not when I had a whole list of things to take care of, and one pissy Fi to babysit. Stay, he whispered. My heart squeezed in my throat so I couldn't answer him. Instead, I dragged the silver curtains closed and returned to the bed. While he lay back on the pillow, I tugged off his shoes and let them fall to the floor. Once his breathing evened out, I returned to the living room and looked around our new base camp. The view was equally lovely from the living room and the kitchen. There were a few closets, so I went hunting for weapons. Hell, even a scary-looking kitchen knife would do, but I found nothing I could use. It looked like food was highest on the list of priorities, weapons second. Fin flopped around on the bed for a little bit, and I watched him from my vantage point on the couch. He didn't look comfortable, and he also seemed upset that I hadn't stayed with him. I wasn't ready to face everything between us just yet. For now, we could work together, and then, maybe, when we got a break from all the drama, I would be able to wrap my head around whatever we were. Or he'd man up and tell me whatever the hell he'd been keeping from me, besides the way too huge to touch mate thing. I pulled out the burner phone the chief had tucked into my hand before we left the cabin, and pulled up a search engine. With a grimace, I typed in Fi mates. I shouldn't have had to search for this, because the Fi I was fucking should have had the balls to explain it to me. Turned out the internet didn't know anything more than I did. So, either Fi mates were a rare thing that wasn't documented online or they weren't spoken of publicly. I deleted the search and cleared the browser history just in case Fin used the phone at some point. Punching something in the face sounded super good right now. I paced the bank of windows and stared down at the grid of the city instead. I wished I could afford a place like this. The mansion Fin lived in before had been too stuffy for my tastes. This place though. I wouldn't hate coming home to this every night. But to Fin. Or alone. Well, it would be alone if he didn't have any weapons stashed away here. What kind of safe house didn't have food or weapons? Dwelling on the negatives didn't help me right now. I opened the phone again and hit the speed dial the chief had programmed for Hawk's number. For some reason, even though the chief ruled the city's bounty hunters, his right-hand man always won the #1 spot on the speed dial. I didn't know where I fell on the hierarchy, and I preferred not to know. Hawk answered after 3 rings. Still alive, Zoey? I smiled, my reflection a ghost in the window as I stared out at the city. For now, but the day is early. Lots of time for that to change. Hawk said, "What do you need?" Besides a boatload of weapons and my sanity checked, I need you to do some research for me. Hunt down a list of magical people who work in metalsmithing. The sound of shuffling cut through the line. Should I even ask? No, it's just a hunch I'm working on. There's someone I need to find, and I have a feeling she's working as a magical metalsmith, and likely one of the best. He murmured through the line as he scribbled out my directions. Anything else you need? I turned and eyed my sleeping Fi. Keep an eye on the chief for me. He's really gotten into that bread making, hasn't he? Hawk snorted. Yes, and thank God for that, because if someone had to talk to him about lowering his blood pressure, I was gonna make you do it. He paused, then cleared his throat. But on a serious note, thanks for seeing him. Even under weird circumstances. He's missed you, though he won't admit it. I missed him too. But if you tell him that, I'll take your balls off. When Hawk hung up, I padded into the bedroom to check on Fin. He snored lightly, the too tight t-shirt stretching over his muscles. Damn. We needed clothing too. Even if I could still fit in my old clothes, it didn't mean I wanted to wear them. Or see Fin in the chief's borrowed clothes. Up until a couple days ago, Fin had always managed everything. The clothing, the food, the weapons. If this was my show, I needed to ensure we had what we needed as we worked through our plans. I hit the number 2 speed dial on the phone and pressed it to my ear, turning away from the bed to stare out the window again. The chief answered with a gruff, "Hello." "We made it," I said. "Good. Any trouble on the way?" I shook my head, then remembered he wasn't standing in front of me. No, it was fine. But there are a few things we need to get started. What's that? Clothes, weapons, food to start. He laughed, a sharp, precise sound which unnerved as much as it soothed. Oh, is that all? I figured if I'm in charge, I should get our supplies. Usually, Moneybags over there handles everything, but for now, he's resting. A timer sounded from his side of the phone and he cursed. Bread. Yeah, I gotta go. I'll send someone with what you need. Text me your cross streets and I'll have them meet you outside. Another curse and then the phone cut off. I tucked the phone back into my pocket and resumed my vigil out the window. Moneybags, a sleepy voice said from behind me. When I turned, Fin had pulled himself up to sitting. Okay, I think it's time to see if we can get you on your feet. If you bleed out, you bleed out. He glared. I don't appreciate the humor regarding my imminent death. But thank you. I sat next to him on the bed, kicked off my shoes and shifted my feet up to sit cross-legged. Let's combine our power, see if we can heal you, and then you can help me with this plan I'm hatching. He nodded and shifted closer so I could press my hands against his wounded side. I wasn't 100% sure I could do this, but with what the captain and Fin had taught me about weaving my magic with fins, I was hoping it would be enough. He placed his hands over mine and we closed our eyes to focus. As usual, I felt more like a flopping fish trying to find the pool of my magic than anything else. I reached into myself and drew it out, then sent it gently down the bond between us. A bond that likely meant way more than he'd originally told me. As soon as the thought hit me, I dropped my hands. But it didn't matter. The healing was already done. Fin dragged in a heavy gasp and opened his eyes too. That's better. He lifted his shirt and nudged the jagged line under his ribs. I'll have a scar, but it doesn't hurt to breathe anymore. And I'm not bleeding out, as you say. My voice was rough when I answered. Good. I didn't want to have to clean blood out of this fancy carpet anyway. I put some distance between us even as my fingers itched to trace the scar for myself, verify he'd be safe. Were you talking to the chief? I nodded. We need a few things to get settled here. Like clothes and food. Oh, and weapons, of course. Well, I remembered. I texted the chief what he'd asked for and then tossed the phone toward the other side of the bed. It would be a while until I'd need to meet anyone, and for now, I needed to keep the distraction out of reach. It would be too easy to try and search more about mating, hoping to learn something. and then murder myself a fie when I did. Once I got myself together, I risked a glance at him. He'd been watching me the entire time, leaning in, studying my every twitch. Are you all right? I swallowed a heavy lump and nodded. Fine. We just have some work to do. Talk to me, Zoey. I know all of this is happening right now, but I'm still me and we're still together. He reached out for me, took my hand and pulled me back to the place next to him. When he leaned in further, his lips looked so inviting and plump. It took more discipline than I really possessed to shake my head. I can't do this. Not while there are still secrets between us. We keep going round and round, and I don't want back on that ride. His forehead crumpled and then he dropped his eyes, conceding to my wishes for now. I wasn't stupid enough to think he'd keep his distance. The man always got what he wanted. Him being a spoiled fie prince, why wouldn't he? He cleared his throat. What's the plan then, boss? Anything I should know right now? I waved at the phone. Not yet. Just waiting on supplies. There are some things bouncing around in my head, but I'm not sure I want to share them yet. Hurt flashed across his face, and he didn't bother to hide it. You don't trust me now? It's not that I don't trust you, at least not when it comes to our mutual desire to rip Esteban apart. But the rest of it, I don't know how I feel or what to say. You're hiding things and I hate it. I knew I was hiding things too, but until he came clean, I was gonna hold onto what I had to. I stood and returned to the window, needing the distance between us. I've started a plan, besides getting the supplies we'll need. But it's not simple, and you're really not going to like it. Which, if I was honest with myself, was maybe why I'd settled on the idea when it first hit me. A passive, aggressive way to get payback against him for hurting me again while still serving myself. He shifted on the bed, the covers ruffling as he stretched his arms overhead. I glanced back to catch sight of his ridged abs below the hem of his t-shirt. Shit like that wasn't going to help my resolve. His little grin told me he knew exactly what I was thinking. To be fair, I don't know if there have been many plans you've come up with that I liked. Especially the one or two that almost got you killed. I spun on him. Excuse me, but I had zero plans for us to get killed or even injured. If anything goes wrong on this one, well, it'll be divine intervention. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. You don't think we'll be in danger? Then why are we hiding out? I laughed. Because we are still on Esteban's radar, and I have no desire to give him an easy target. But for now, we aren't going after him. At least not yet. He shifted closer, then crawled across the bed to get to me. Then what are we doing here? Why aren't we going after him again? There was an urgency to his voice now. I grabbed his hands and looked him in the eye. Do you trust me? He blinked, sank his shoulders back and then nodded. Yes, I do trust you. Of course I do. Then let me handle this. We made a deal, remember? I folded myself onto the bed to sit beside him. There are a few things you should know. The first of which, when you watched me sleeping, something did happen. The captain visited me to say goodbye. Something in his eyes dimmed. What did he say? It was just the residual bits of our connection, our magic. He told me some stuff, and we said goodbye to each other. That's all that happened. And really, it's not important. However, it led me to the plan, which I think you'll hate completely considering what it might eventually reveal if I'm right. What? His tone was soft now, as if he was struggling to rein in something. I let out a long sigh. Well, as I said, we aren't going after Esteban right now. With that damn knife, he could kill us both easily. I don't want to be on the wrong end of that. We need a way to combat it. So instead, we'll find us a magical metalsmith. He studied me a moment. Oh. You want? Yep. We aren't chasing Esteban now. We're going after Saul. And this time, I plan to find her. Chapter 5. My life would be so much easier if metalsmiths put their magical affiliations on their websites. Although being on the magical scale myself, I could see why they probably wouldn't want to advertise those things. With a huff, I closed the 15 tabs I'd opened in the last 5 minutes. Fin eyed me over the edge of his laptop. Both of our computers were linked to a secure network, untraceable thanks to the chief's contact who'd brought our supplies the night before. No luck, he asked. I glared and opened up another tab. Surprise, surprise, each new search term turned up even less than the previous ones. The problem with following thin leads was the fact that you needed a place to start. Somewhere to mark on a map with a big old red X where you retreat to gather your bearings. Right now my map was X-less as well as landmark-less. It was more like a murky page with some squiggles than a map at this point. I didn't like it. My phone vibrated on the couch next to my knee. I glanced at the screen and snatched it up. Hello. It was Hawk. The chief told me you needed a list of magical metalsmiths. I sent you an email a minute ago, with all the data the office and anyone on the team has. I also did some searching on my own, and added those to the list. Thanks, Hawk. I appreciate the help. His snort was loud enough to cut through the line. I don't believe that for a second, but I'm glad you're finally asking for help. Or at the very least, accepting it when offered. If you want me to answer the phone the next time you call, shut up. My retort earned me a laugh. I'll call you if I get more info. Do you need anything else from me? Hawk was pushing the limits of my patience, as usual. No. I'm good. Another heartbeat, and he hung up without a goodbye. Something I appreciated about Hawk, he never wasted words. I opened my email and scanned the list Hawk had created. Of course, he had gotten a lot further than I had. To be fair, he had countless people at his disposal to compile data. I just had Fin, who I was barely speaking to at the moment. Do you think it's wise bringing anyone else in to help us? He asked. I tried to keep the scowl off my face as I typed on my laptop and said, says the man who had a small personal army attempting to track down Esteban before. Look how that turned out. The note of pain in his voice forced me to look at him. Despite my anger, I hated seeing him hurting. The chief can take care of himself. And so can Hawk. If anyone tries to go for one of them, they'd have hundreds of bounty hunters on their backs in seconds, with me leading the charge. We don't take encroachment on our territory lightly. He tugged the laptop onto his knees before closing it with a decided click. I just don't want to put anyone else in danger if we don't need to. With everything we'd suffered lately and the loss we were both grieving, I could understand his perspective. Hell, even applauded, as I'd always been more of a solitary creature anyway. But this time, we needed help. I closed my own laptop and sat it carefully on the coffee table. Tell me, Fin, do you enjoy getting your ass handed to you all the time? His forehead bunched up as he stared at me. What? I don't know if you realize this, but for two people at the top of our games, we get our ass kicked a lot. I'm tired of it. So if bringing Hawk in to help me do research keeps me from taking one more punch, then I'm doing it. This is my show, remember? A part of me should have felt guilty for how hard I'd been coming down on him. Yet, I couldn't rein myself in when he was willfully hiding things from me. As a concession, I changed the subject. Did you get the arrangements made for the captain? Fin scrubbed his hands over his face and into the collar-length honey-brown strands of his hair. Yes. Everything is set. I also paid and sent away the staff at the house and most of my properties until we get things under control. They won't care, as they're being well compensated. He sounded defeated, like he'd been run over by a bus and didn't have the will to peel himself off the pavement again. It hurt my heart. I'm sorry we can't be there for him. We'll go visit and bring him a picture of Esteban's head separated from his body. I'm sure he'd like that more than flowers. His surprised laugh eased something in my chest. I hadn't lost him yet. Despite the anger, I didn't intend to. We just needed to work on our communication skills a bit. Also, maybe our combat skills after I kicked his ass for putting me through this crap. Fin smiled. Holly tried to argue with me, saying we'd need someone to take care of us wherever we're going. It hurt to turn her down, knowing how well either of us cook. Holly. The woman I'd marry if I wasn't so damn straight. I missed her cooking already. Soon. Hopefully, she doesn't wander off while she's on her paid vacation. I'd hate to lose her French toast. Fin levered off the other end of the couch, wincing, then plopped down closer to me. Even with a foot of space between us, him being so close to me felt like trying to breathe in the middle of a heat wave. "What are you doing?" I asked, sure my wariness wasn't completely stripped from my voice. He reached out and dragged me into the curve of his arm. For a flash of a second, I allowed it. I let him comfort me. Then I tugged myself gently from his grip and scooted further to the arm of the couch and shoved a huge throw pillow between us. With ease, he batted the pillow to the floor. "Really? What do you expect from me? I don't trust you that way right now." He slid an inch closer. "What way? You've been acting weird since you woke up at the chief's cabin. What else did the captain say to you?" I threw him a glare. "None of your business. And I've been acting weird? You aren't ready for this conversation, because I'm going to end up throwing large things at your head by the end of it." His gaze narrowed at me, a flash of anger pulsing through his eyes. "What the fuck, Zoe? What more do you want from me? I'm not perfect, and I've never pretended to be. Can you stop trying to force me or our relationship into some idyllic mold you have in your head? You want me to touch you. I want to touch you. So why are you denying yourself?" I waved at him and shoved off the couch. "Because of this right here. The moment I give an inch, you'll sweep in and take down all my defenses. I barely have any dignity left to begin with. I can't compromise it for you. What does offering a little comfort have to do with your dignity, or mine?" He swept his gaze from my head to my toes as if he'd never seen me before. Like he'd assessed me, and I didn't hold up. How could I make him understand? Every time he'd told me nothing else would pop up to get between us, he lied. And every single time I wanted to believe he'd keep his word and tell me the truth about everything. Not just what he decided was good for me to know. He hadn't learned the lesson yet, and I wasn't willing to fold this time, even if all I wanted to do was crawl onto his lap and let him hold me. "If you don't understand why I'm pushing you away, then I can't help you." He exploded off the couch and headed toward the bedroom. Anger vibrated through every step. "Oh hell no." I stalked him to the bed and stood over him as he sank onto the mattress. "No. You don't get to be mad at me when you're the one keeping secrets. Tell me what you're hiding and I'll drop it." He shook his head. "I highly doubt it. You'll ride this out until you find something else to be upset about. Another infraction I've committed, you can use to keep me at arm's length." This was why rich people had so many heavy antique knick-knacks lying around. I wished I had one of his fancy baubles to throw at him. Instead, I had to use my words like a normal person. "You're an asshole. I've said it before, and I repeat the statement. You know what? I already know some of what you're trying to keep from me. I doubt it's the only thing you're hiding but the captain's spirit or whatever was super chatty." It was a lie, but I didn't care. For once, I wanted him to feel the same uncertainty he seemed content to let me wallow in. He was barely breathing. What did he say? Nope. Not happening. He should know by now I don't give up that easily. I'm not going to provide you information you already have. That statement only made him relax, his shoulders settling back. He thinks I don't actually know anything. Or it's a ploy to make me admit what the captain really said. Damn it. We shouldn't have to play these fucking mind games. Not when we're on the same side. His relief at my response also terrified me. If he was no longer demanding answers, and he thought I knew nothing, then his secret might have been bigger than what I knew. He'd never been forthcoming. Every time we had a meaningful conversation, I felt like I had to drag his feelings out of him. Yet he had the gall to be angry at me right now. Before I did something I couldn't take back, I walked around the bed and stared out the window. It was midday, and the buildings were reflecting the light around the city like mirrors. It was beautiful. Unfortunately, I was too pissed off to enjoy it. With my back still to him, I asked, "Is this our life now? We'll just keep fighting each other until finally, we're too screwed up to take on anyone else. What happens to Esteban then? Who will go after him if we can't get our shit together long enough to finally face him?" I hated the hint of panic on the end of my sentence. The slight wobble which betrayed my emotions to him. He didn't try to comfort me again, and I was thankful I didn't have to shake him off in another rejection. Despite what he thought, I hated pushing him away. But it was the only thing I could think to do in self-preservation. The only way I could think to protect my heart, especially since it was already completely and irrevocably his. "We're in this together, Zoey. Even if you're fighting me about it the entire way." His voice was a lot closer, and I glanced over my shoulder. He put himself between me and the bank of windows. "Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not going to leave you. You're not going to lose me. So stop being so stubborn. You don't have to be the strongest person in the room all the time." Gods. He was a man. And a fi at that. And like any other man, he'd never understand how much of who I was I'd had to build up to protect myself. Not just from getting my heart broken, but to keep myself sane in a world built by men who saw every slip of emotion as a weakness. Many of them weren't afraid to strike the moment they spotted it. Instead of trying to explain, I said, "I can't do this anymore. I don't trust you. It's gone, and I don't think I'll be able to get it back. I've given you so many chances to be honest with me. To talk to me instead of shutting me out, so many chances that I don't even know what number we're on now. It's always been because I want to see the best in you, but then you go and pull this shit." He swallowed so heavily I could hear it. "Zoey." I shoved his reaching hands away from me. "No. Don't bother. The only reason I didn't walk out on you at the chief's house after the captain and I spoke was because I made him a promise." "What promise?" I huffed. "Really? You don't have a right to my answers. It was a promise I made to him, and I plan to keep it. After I do, we'll go our separate ways for good and never see each other again." He grabbed my arm to stop me from walking away, but I brought the bony edge of my forearm down hard on his wrist. His fingers loosened, and I put enough physical space between us to match the emotional distance. "Zoey." He said my name, like I was being unreasonable. I'd heard that tone in a man's voice too many times. He thinks he can talk me into whatever he wants, but he's about to get a wake-up call. I spun to face him and advanced so there were only a few inches separating us. The bond between us flashed bright and hot, demanding attention, but I had more control than that. "When we are done here, I'm gone." I kept my voice firm and slow, enunciating every word so he didn't miss a syllable. He wrapped his hands around my waist and jerked me hard into his chest. "Do you think it's that easy? Do you think you're strong enough to walk away from this right here? I'm barely touching you and I'm hard enough I could come in my pants." When he dipped his chin, I knew he was going to try and kiss me. I arched my neck so his lips landed on my cheek. "Why won't I be able to stay away from you?" I grabbed his cheeks in my hands and forced him to lock gazes with me. "Why is that?" "Because I'm your mate." Chapter 6. Despite the argument, I hadn't meant for that to pop out the way it had. It wasn't as if I was betraying the captain by revealing what I knew, but I hadn't meant to start this entire mate discussion when I wanted to smash Fin in his pretty nose. I turned and fled from the living room and into the bedroom, and like a responsible adult, slammed the door before he could get to it. The only thing keeping him from telling me the truth was his overinflated sense of honor. A sense that didn't extend to telling his mate important things she needed to know. I threw myself on the bed, face first in the pillow, to scream my frustration into the soft down. The swish of the door opening made me look up. He stood in the doorway, his face pale. I'd shocked him. Good, it had been a shock to me too. How? He cleared his throat. How did you find out? I didn't bother sitting up on the bed. I just turned on my side to face him. The captain let it slip. If it makes you feel any better, I don't think it was on purpose. He didn't seem aware he'd used the word mate before our connection was cut. He sat on the end of the bed past my feet, his head hanging. I don't know what to say. Of course he didn't. I rolled my eyes and buried my face in the pillow again. If nothing came to mind, then he probably shouldn't be talking to me yet. It wasn't something I planned, he added. I turned again so he could hear me. Yeah, me either. But thanks for that. He huffed. I didn't mean it that way. I sighed. Some of my anger fizzled out at the crestfallen look on his face. Did you plan to tell me at all? He didn't meet my eyes when he spoke again. Yes, but I hadn't figured out a way to tell you yet. You're so strong. I knew you'd be upset, and I didn't have any answers either. You would have asked how to break it, and I didn't want to have to tell you it's impossible. Impossible is a big fucking word in a realm of magic. He opened his mouth to respond, but my phone rang. Grateful for the distraction, I crawled all over my bed looking for the phone, then answered once I caught Hawk's name on the screen. What's up? Hawk's deep timbre cut through the line. I think I have a lead for you. Can you tell me anything else about who you're looking for specifically? I hit the speaker button and thrust the phone between Fin and me. You're on speaker with both of us, Hawk. I need more information about the target, Hawk said. What does she look like? Any defining characteristics, personality? Fin shook his head even though Hawk couldn't see it. I squashed the smile, remembering that I was still mad at him. Fin cleared his throat. No, I don't have anything else to go off. I haven't seen her since she was young, and I don't know what has changed for her after she was held captive for so long. She's a captive? Hawk asked, confusion in his voice. She used to be a guest of Esteban, the Black Mage, but from what I can tell she hasn't been his captive in a while. Despite his desire to make it seem like she was. Hawk shuffled some papers and then cleared his throat. Then I might need to try a different angle, but I think my lead might still give you something to go off. Is there anything else you can tell me? I looked at Fin, but he shook his head again. Nothing about her in particular, but check for any noted patterns of magic. Something used to hide from others. Or a way to hide in plain sight like strong glamour. You can even hunt those down in conjunction with metal-based magic in any variety. She may be hiding, but I don't think she'd be able to resist using her power. Not all these years. In the silence I stood and paced next to the bed, holding the phone out beside me in case Fin wanted to add something. Hawk typed furiously, which made me smile, since I knew how much he hated using his computer. He was more of a go beat down doors kind of man. But if he wanted the chief to take more breaks, it meant more housework on his side. Yeah, as I said, I think my lead can work for you, but it will be tricky. Give me a few minutes, and I'll email you the details I have, and some possible covers you can use to infiltrate. I don't know what would work best, but your friend might. The way he said friend earned the phone a glare from Fin. My smile widened as I paced. No doubt the chief and Hawk had been gossiping since I'd left the cabin. If I knew the chief, he'd been on the phone within the hour to update Hawk on my status and to have him dig a hole in Fin's past. Or update it if he already kept a file. Thanks, Hawk. I'll let you know if we get anything. If you find something else we might be able to use, shoot it my way. Be safe, kid, he said and hung up before I could respond. I sat the phone on the bedside table. We are going to need to talk about the whole mate thing, but I don't think it should be right now. At the very least, let's call a truce and we can figure out the rest later. His answering scowl didn't fill me with confidence, but he didn't argue either. Let's see what sort of lead he sent. I spun to exit the bedroom, needing more distance, and located my laptop where I'd left it on the coffee table. True to his word, Hawk sent a full report. I scanned the details and then read it one more time. Fin, do you know anything about the night market? He seized my computer straight from my lap and read the email himself. He thinks she might be in the night market. But what is it? I asked. He handed me the computer back, and I resumed reading while he spoke. It's an underground market, like the black market, except it's magical contraband and seedy characters. I couldn't help but smile. Sounds like my kind of place. It's definitely not mine, Fin said. A laugh bubbled up and escaped me before I could stop it. The sheer incredulity on his princely features told me exactly what he thought of the night market and the people who frequented it. I guess it's a good thing I'll be going with you. I wouldn't want anyone to try and scar that pretty face. Not when I'm attached to it from now until apparently forever. He winced at my mention of our bond. There was a lot of that going around right now. I finished reading the email, closed my laptop and nodded. Okay, so give me a rundown. What do people wear to the night market? What sort of environment are we talking about? Fin frowned and crossed his arms. Well, a lot of weapons to start, and the environment is sort of a circus meets street brawl meets magic. I didn't want to tell him, but that sounded super enticing to me. As someone who only recently discovered their abilities, I had yet to see the fun side of magic. It all felt very doom and gloom from Fin and the captain's perspective. This seemed like my chance to witness magic from a different point of view. Well, let's see what the chief's contact provided us by way of weapons and clothing and get ready to go. Fin waved at the window. Night market means night market. We still have a couple of hours until sundown. I'll need time to survey and to get into the place. The email gave me the coordinates, but I highly doubt there's not some sort of magical barrier that will try to keep us out. I raised my eyebrows and waited. There is, he said begrudgingly, then followed me into the bedroom. Wear black. It's the easiest to glamour with magic into the shadows, and it hides the blood. I almost wanted to laugh. What the hell kind of place was this? We got ready quickly and jumped in the black SUV. But the drive took longer than I thought it would. By the time we arrived, the first bright glimmers of sunset coated the empty field we found ourselves in. There weren't any other cars nor people, and yet I could sense the magic in the air like a heavy spice flung on the breeze. What do you think? I asked Fin, as I shoved my daggers into their sheaths. He eyed the field with a look of disgust. This is such a bad idea. His hair was pulled back into a low bun, and his black hoodie made him look my age, especially paired with black jeans and combat boots. He looked like he was about to go to a Fall Out Boy concert, not a magical underground market. Not that I wore much different. My jeans were blue, but only because they felt better under my dagger sheaths. So? I waved at the field. What do we do? He took my hands in his much warmer ones. Breathe and focus on your magic. Which one? I asked, closing my eyes. Any of it. The night market is open to anyone who has magic. I popped an eye open to study him. So, humans would walk across the field as if it were nothing. Yes, shush. I glared at him, shushing me, then closed my eyes and breathed steadily along with him. Magic washed down my spine like a wayward breeze, and then it was as if a bubble popped and sound descended. I opened my eyes, hands still in Fin's. A huge red circus tent flapped in the wind. My mouth dropped open. Now that's cool. Ready? He asked. Sure, but why do you look like you're about to throw up? His chin tuck and side eye gave me pause. I cupped his cheek and dragged his face back so he would meet my eyes. Just tell me. It'll be so much easier this way. He released a long sigh. Back before, a long time ago and leading up to your parents' death, I was sort of like a cop of the Fi world. Many here might remember and resent me. It was my turn to match his scowling frown. I thought Fi governed themselves. They do now. But then, there used to be a council. They called them the Three. And there were a few higher-ranking Fi, who served as sort of unofficial law enforcement. I needed to start boning up on my Fi history. What happened to them? He captured my hands under his, still holding his face. I'll give you one guess. Esteban, I breathed. There was no need to confirm. I could see the truth of it in his haunted eyes. I nodded. Let's go. I've got your back. I won't let anyone hurt you. Even though I'm still mad at you, no one gets to throw you around except me. I got a chuckle for my comment, and a cute little grin. Let's get this over with then. He grasped my hand in his and turned me toward the waving tent flap. Since there was no way of Hawk seeing the inside of the night market, we had to wander the stalls and booths, all laid out in somewhat of a grid. The inside of the tent had expanded when we entered. Stalls of goods, magical and otherwise, crowded narrow walkways already packed full of people. Magical people. I found myself watching them more than the stalls. Fin leaned down to whisper in my ear. What exactly are we looking for? Metalsmithing of any kind, we're looking for sign of Saul, remember? Weapons, jewelry, the like. Magical, of course. We reached a stall lined with daggers and swords. I stopped to admire, but then remembered we were on a mission. I made a show of looking at the knives, until a rough vendor poked his head out from behind the display. Can I help you, bounty hunter? Interesting that he knew about my hunting abilities, but I didn't have time to go into that right now. I held up a small set of throwing knives singing sweetly in my hand. How much for these? The vendor turned his attention to Fin, and I smoothly stepped in front of him. You're not here for weapons, girl. What do you want? I smiled. I'm always in the market for weapons. I handed Fin the knives, and closed the distance between the vendor and myself. The vendor didn't so much as flinch. He must be decent at defense, or he didn't expect a fight from little ol' me. I tugged the necklace from my shirt and held it up. Do you know anyone who might make jewelry similar to this? He didn't reach out to take the necklace, simply scanned it and shook his head. No. What if I can offer a reward for information? I'm just looking for the artist to talk. Only talk. He narrowed his eyes. That's what all mages say. Fin shoved out from behind me, his muscles tense. I held out my arm to block him across the chest. I may be part mage, but if you can see my magic, you know that's not all I am. When he didn't respond, only stood there staring me down, I dug one of my old business cards from my back pocket and handed it to him. We stood in a stalemate, until he snatched the card from my fingers with a nod. I turned to walk away, and he called back. Where are you going with my knives? Fin stopped between me and the stall, staring between us. I jerked my thumb at Fin and kept walking. They're on him. With a curse and a shuffle I barely caught through the crowd, Fin took care of my purchase. He came up beside me and wrapped an arm around my waist. Why was I buying you knives? I took my new set of throwing knives and carefully placed them in the front pocket of my zip-up hoodie. Because you have a lot of groveling to do if you ever want back in my bed again. We continued around the tent, but didn't find another vendor that fit what we needed. Several of them were jewelry sellers, but none that appeared magical. I didn't know if they were trying to scam folks, or maybe the goods they sold didn't have to be magical. Either way, it didn't matter. When we exited the tent, it was full dark, but not dark enough to obscure the 5 hulking men standing around our black SUV. Chapter 7. I surveyed the group around the car, and met them in between where I parked and the tent. Somehow, I could feel the magic behind me receding until the field lay dark and empty. Good, I didn't need the distraction. Fin crowded my side, and I could almost feel his temper and worry inside my chest. Another thing to ask about later. "Hello boys," I called. "Can we help you with something?" They didn't even glance my way. All their eyes were locked on Fin, who'd unsheathed a short sword I didn't even realize he'd worn. Fuck, that was hot. "You know these guys?" I whispered. "Yeah, a long time ago they were some of the criminals I brought before the council." I studied the group again. "Let me guess, they didn't get off and now they want revenge. Does this happen often?" He dragged his gaze to mine. "Why do you think I keep to myself in my house out in the middle of nowhere?" Fair point. I unsheathed one of my knives and let it hang in my palm. "If it's all the same to you fellas, we want to get home. It's dark and the monsters might come out." "Sweetheart, we are the monsters," one of the hulking men growled. I laughed, which finally drew all their attention toward me. "You obviously don't know anything about me then. But I'm happy to go about my business if you boys head on home and leave us in peace." They stepped closer, surrounding us. I nudged Fin with my elbow. "You know that nasty mind control magic you have? Might be a good time to pull it out." "Why don't you use your magic?" he asked. I waved at the pack. Because mine is unreliable and unpredictable. Also, I can't actually control other creatures. Seems pretty obvious to me. We were really going to stand here and argue about this right now. Well, fucking fine. I shoved my knife back in the sheath and faced him. "It seems pretty simple here. You use your magic to get them to walk away, and we all go home without any violence." His hands clenched on his blade and his tone dipped. "What if I want violence?" I jabbed my hand into his still healing side. He skittered back a few paces. "What the fuck, Zoey? I'm just reminding you why we want less violence in our lives, and probably more negotiation." He waved his knife at the collective. "You think these guys want to negotiate? No, they want to take my head and mount it on a spike in someone's back garden. They don't care about negotiation." No, the truth was, he had itched for a fight ever since this afternoon when we put a halt on the whole mate discussion. Which would have turned into a fight. Maybe not a knockout punching fight, but definitely a yelling and throwing things one. "If you want to jump into this and get injured, go for it. I'll stand by the car and let you boys figure it out," I told him, heading toward the vehicle. One of the guys, a foot taller than me and twice as wide with a shaved head, grabbed my arm. "Where do you think you're going? If you're with him, then you'll be our prize when we've finished with him." I laughed. "These guys." He scowled as I jerked my arm from his grip. "Touch me again and you won't have balls when I'm done." "I'm not afraid of you, bounty hunter," he said. I turned to face Fin. "Can you guys smell it on me or what? How does everyone recognize I'm a bounty hunter? I'm pretty decent at blending in." Fin shrugged. "Can you take something seriously for once in your life? Okay, so we're going there right now." "Sure." I took a step toward the overgrown thug. He's just mad that I found out we're mates before he got to tell me. He sucked in a breath and took a full 2 huge paces back from me. "You're his mate." The tone was all disgust. Oops. Guess I should have kept that to myself in front of Fin's enemies. Fin had his hands on his hips, one knife in each fist as he shook his head. "Really? We haven't even discussed it, and you're telling people?" I closed the distance between us and shoved his chest. "Really? You've known for how long and you didn't deign to tell me?" "Not the fucking time," he said between his clenched teeth. "Why not? If these assholes were going to attack, they would have done so by now. They're gathering information to report to someone, or maybe a little of both. Us chatting, arguing, fighting only gives them more fodder, at least until we kill them." He met my eyes, something like surprise written there. I would try not to be offended by that. How do you know? I lowered my voice. If they wanted us dead, they would have been waiting at the tent flap to grab us the second we exited. They would have also tailed us through the market to alert one of them when we're coming out. An easy snatch, grab, beheading, and done in minutes. I don't like how easily you can talk about our potential beheading. I took my place at his side again. Perspective, Fin. Try it. The guy who grabbed me resumed his place in the circle. Are you going to fight or argue with your mate all night? He asked Fin. I whispered to Fin. What don't I know about mates that I should? They won't touch you, Fin said. Mates are off limits to other fi. I reared back, not bothering to lower my voice this time. What the fuck? You're as much my mate as I am yours. Why aren't you off limits in that case? Fucking patriarchy shit. I glared at the men around us. You can say I'm off limits. It won't stop me from kicking your ass. Fin gave me a side eye as I unsheathed my blades again. I felt his magic in the air a split second before all the men seized up under his hold. How long do we have? I asked. A few minutes max. Humans are easy. Fire a lot harder to control, especially in a group. I nodded and walked up to the big guy that first pegged as the leader. Listen here. If he releases you, you take your men and you go. Otherwise, I'm going to walk around the pretty little circle you made for us and cut everyone's Achilles so you can't walk, and then. My voice cut off the same time my air supply did. Someone was using their magic on me. Fin could immobilize and control them, but maybe not the will of their magic. I reached inside myself, grasping for whatever magic I could find. The dark abyss of mage magic flung up from somewhere, and I washed it over the group in an arc. Everyone hit the ground hard, bouncing even on the rough patch of grass we stood on. Except Fin, who thankfully my magic recognized as mine. I coughed as I regained my voice. As I was saying, leave or you will regret it. The goon reached out and grabbed my ankle. So much for being off limits. I struck with my blade before he could even reach his, hitting him hard in the side. Blood poured from the wound as I removed my blade and leaned down. You won't die, but you'll leave me alone while I deal with your friends. Fin had started fighting a pair of others, obviously not wanting to hold them with magic any longer. He was spoiling for a fight. Two more stood waiting in the wings as if they were next up to the stage. I used that same dark-tinged magic to drag them both toward me until they knelt at my feet. Instead of towering over them, I knelt in the grass and looked them over. Same deal. Leave now and I won't hurt you. They glared at me like they wanted to kill me, so I focused my power on the heavy thump, thump, thump of the pulse in their necks. When the blood flow slowed, they both slumped over, passed out from my magical blood choke. Fin had taken down one of his guys, and as I stood to survey their fight, he finished off the other with a punch to the guy's throat. He hadn't been as gentle as me. They were both beaten and cut, but not dead. Is it a mistake to leave them alive? I asked. Not that I was in a hurry to kill them, while they were down for the count. Should we just leave them here? Fin stepped over them, cleaning his blades on his pants as he headed toward the car. We climbed in, this time Fin driving, and I waited about as long as I could for him to say something. What the hell was all that about? I get they are mad about going to fairy jail or whatever, but do you usually get randomly attacked like that? He sighed, his shoulders falling back. No, not usually, not in a long time. I haven't been out in the world much in recent years. I prefer to keep to myself and hunt the Black Mage. When I brought you into my plans was the first time I'd really gone out in years, outside of tiny excursions for supplies the captain couldn't or wouldn't retrieve. Awesome. I was mated to the 5 version of a hermit. Fin slammed on his brakes. I snapped forward into the airbag console hard enough I had to brace my hand to stop from hitting it. What the fuck? He had his knife out as he faced toward the empty back seat. Show yourself. Then, the back seat wasn't so empty. A man sat there, one leg crossed over the other, his black suit immaculate. "I heard you were searching for someone," he said. I turned to get a better look at him. "You heard? That was pretty fast." He shifted his attention to me, and under it, I felt flayed open. Like he could see my insides and pick them out like a game of Operation. Word travels fast in the market circles. I waved at him despite the fear clogging my throat, putting some bite in my tone. "You could have called. You didn't need to get all serial killer creepy in our backseat." A grin popped at the corner of his mouth, and then he leaned forward. I shifted away, trying to keep as much space between us as possible, not even daring to taste him with my own magic. "I like you, Zoey Salix." I knew I would. Word was you were looking for someone making jewelry, but I suspect that's not all. I tugged my necklace from my shirt and held it up. "Someone who makes jewelry like this. I need something that can handle my unique magical abilities." He didn't reach out to touch the necklace, and I shoved it back under my shirt, so he wasn't tempted to. "That is a 5-piece and yet you carry mage-marked daggers." I shrugged. What can I say? I'm a complicated woman. "Do you know someone who might help me?" His focus shifted to Fin, who sat there holding his knife, ready to strike in a split second. "How did something like you end up with something like him?" He was talking to me, despite his gaze of Fin. "I don't know." I shrugged. "But he's pretty, so I'm cool with it." A sharp laugh broke up the tension in the car, until he sat back in the seat again. "He is, indeed. But I'm still confused about your connection." I don't enjoy being confused. "Welcome to the club." He doesn't tell me shit. Words just kept falling out of my mouth, more to keep his attention focused on me instead of Fin. "Zoey," Fin said. "Not the time." I kept my eyes on our unexpected guest. "I didn't catch your name." "Helix," he said. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Zoey Salix. Nothing surprises me much in my old age, but you are definitely something unique." He didn't look 2 minutes over 25, but I kept that to myself. Thank you, I think. "So how can I meet this person? Is it you and we're just talking in third person to throw suspicion?" "It's not me who you would meet with but my friend. I can't guarantee they will help you, nor that they will be able to do anything, but I offer a meeting." A lead was a lead in my book. "When? How?" "I'll send you the data once I leave the vehicle safely. But I advise you, leave this one at home." He tipped his head toward Fin. I shrugged. "Sure. I'll wait for your info." Fin made a sound from beside me. "Really? Just like that you'll leave me at home?" I gritted my teeth and pasted on a sickly, sweet smile. Honey, don't worry, I'm sure you'll find something to do while I'm at work." Fin rolled his eyes, and I turned to speak to the man again, but he disappeared. "Is he really gone or just hiding?" I asked Fin. Fin sheathed his blade and turned to start driving again. He was angry at me, but I didn't care. I was still pissed at him too, so the car filled up with our unspoken words as we drove back toward the safe house. It took way longer to get home than to leave, because he doubled back on several streets to ensure no one followed us from the market. When he decided it was safe, he pulled the car into the underground garage, and we stayed silent on the elevator ride all the way to our apartment. Once inside, I took a deep breath and relaxed. "Do you realize this is the first fight in a while where we didn't walk away with some grievous injury? I'd call that a win." He spun toward me, his fists clenched. "Stop being fucking cute. We're going to talk about this like adults, and then you're going to ensure I can come with you to that damn meeting." I took a step toward him slowly as anger simmered under my skin. "Firstly, I'm always fucking cute. Secondly, you don't throw around orders at me in that tone. I'm not fucking Harlan, and I won't be led around on a leash by my feelings for you. Unlike him, I know when something is fucking toxic and when I should walk away." I spun toward the bedroom and slammed the door hard enough to shake the walls. Chapter 8. I dropped my weapons, old and new, on the bed and stripped out of the hoodie. My anger was riding high and I needed to vent. I clenched my fists and took a few deep breaths. That didn't help much, so I continued undressing and headed toward the bathroom. A hot shower sometimes calmed me down when I was about to go bananas on someone. Or at the very least, if I got to the point of frustration crying, I could pretend I wasn't, that the water on my face was the shower spray. There were 10 shower heads in the small walk-in closet Fin called a shower. Additionally, several handles lined the dark stone walls to operate them individually. Why did someone think this was economical? It would take more time to turn on the damn thing than to actually clean myself. Once I got all the spigots going with hot water, and the bathroom completely flooded with steam, I stepped inside. The spray hit my sore muscles like a dream. I groaned, the anger and frustration washing away in the stream of water. Until Fin poked his head into the bathroom. Zoey. Who the fuck else would be using the shower in our safe house? I said, as I surveyed the eclectic selection of soap lining one of the walls. Can we talk about this? I picked a soap that looked more fruity than floral and sniffed the scent. Slightly citrus. I could deal with that. Talk about what? Me going to the meeting alone, or you being a liar? Take your pick. He stepped into the shower, naked. What the hell? Sexy shower time is off limits while I'm angry at you. Not to mention, we hadn't even gotten to sexy shower time yet. Something I was sure I was going to enjoy with Fin in the future, but had been impossible, with Esteban trying to kill us every day, and the captain hovering around 24/7. I stifled that last thought. I'd forego sexy shower time if we could get him back. You're looking sad, Fin said, still in my fucking shower. I threw the bottle of shampoo at him, which he caught and carefully placed back in the empty spot on the ledge. Get the hell out. We can talk later. He stepped forward, and I averted my eyes from his damn ridiculous abs and the fucking hot way the water clung to the hard lines of his chest and arms. You keep saying later, but the longer we wait, the longer you'll hold a grudge and punish me. Still refusing to look at him, I turned to run the water over my hair. Oh, it's almost like you know me. Talk to me, Zoey. His fingers skimmed my waist and I froze. The tension and need we'd both been stifling arched high and hard between us. Damn it. I didn't want to sleep with him. I wanted to slap him. He took another step forward, bringing our bodies close enough that I could feel the heat of him behind me, even with the water spraying scalding hot from above. Don't you dare, I said. We are not doing this right now. I twisted to face him so he knew I meant it. Fine, he said as he crashed his mouth down on mine so hard I stumbled, but he caught me in his arms and pulled me into him. Every inch of him felt exactly like I remembered, and I moaned. 1 minute of this bliss. I'd allow us 1 minute, and then I'd walk out and leave him with his hard on. I let myself melt into him and he groaned, no doubt thinking I'd submitted. Dissolving him of that notion, I nipped his bottom lip and clenched my fist up into his hair to pull the strands. Oh gods. Why did he feel so good? Taste so good? Everything about him drew me in. The sensual play of our slick skin together did not help my fracturing control. He slid a hand up to cup my cheek, the other wrapping around my waist tighter, holding me hostage against his chest. I was too far gone in this kiss to stop him, to push him away, but I could make him work for it. I nipped his lips and pulled back. He surged forward to kiss me again, but I turned my face at the last second, so his lips slid over the curve of my jaw and onto my neck. He didn't try to capture my mouth again. Instead, he scraped his teeth down the sensitive column of my neck. Fucking hell, I whispered, clutching his soaking wet head to me. He continued to my collarbone, the other side of my neck, and then down, dropping to his knees and tugging me so he could get his lips around my nipples. He drew one between his lips and swirled his tongue around the sensitive peak. Like a fucking statue, I stood there, moaning as he kissed a path to my other nipple and gave it the same treatment. Still want me to stop? He whispered against my sternum, then down my belly until his nose brushed my belly button. Maybe this was the tension release we both needed? I shook my head and gripped the back of his hair. No, keep going. His warm chuckle was the only warning I got before he clamped his hands on my upper thighs, shifted them apart, and parted me with his tongue. I didn't bother trying to get away from him now, using his hair as an anchor, grinding my pussy into his face. His hands trailed around to my ass so he could hold me still against his lips. Warm wet heat flashed through me, but I was empty. More than anything, I wanted to feel him inside me again. I tugged at his hair and he glanced up, his lashes feathered with water droplets. Get up here so you can fuck me properly. He leaned in and deposited one more kiss right over my clit, then stood in one fluid motion and clutched me to his chest again. What were you saying about orders earlier? I narrowed my eyes and pulled his hair again. You really want to go there right this second? No. His mouth took mine again. I wrapped my arms around his neck and he lifted me, bearing my weight easily. He pulled away enough to meet my eyes. Tell me how you want it. Let me take care of you. I struggled to get the words out, my body liquid and needy in his grasp. Here now, hard. His lips met mine and he slowly melded his tongue with mine, drawing me into his mouth. I shoved at his shoulders, breaking the kiss. That is not hard. Woman, if you don't let me do this, I'm going to. What? I challenged. What are you going to do? He pressed me back into the stone wall. Despite the hot water and steam, it dragged a yip of surprise from me. Yes, I breathed. He carefully held me with one arm, my legs wrapped around his lean hips enough to keep me in place. My thighs shook around him. I dug my nails into his back, but he didn't seem to mind. Calm, Zoey, he whispered as he used his free hand to tuck the hair behind my ear. There's something to be said for slow and steady, but don't worry, I'll give it to you hard once you're used to me filling you up. I groaned, dropping my head against the wall with a thud. I don't know. I think you're teasing me as punishment for being angry at you. For not listening. His chuckle brushed against my collarbone, then his lips followed. All the while he remained still and unmoving. I was perilously close to begging him, when he finally arched his hips the tiniest bit, to draw out of me. I needed more. Tightening my thighs on him, I wiggled in his looser grip to drag myself down onto him once more. I met his eyes in a challenge. What? You know I'm the kind of girl who takes what I want. It's not a surprise. Damn it, Zoey. I'm trying not to hurt you. I clutched his face in my palms and drew our foreheads together. You were careful already. Now let go and give it to me hard. I want to feel this damn wall crack behind me. He growled, an actual growl, and seized my ass in his big hands. Oh shit. Fear and excitement played along my nerve endings, heightening my already unstable level of arousal. Hell. Yes. He pressed the heavy weight of his chest forward to close any space between me and the still, chilled wall. You want it hard, then you got it, my love, he said against my lips. The entwined promise and threat in those words echoed around the enclosed shower. I clawed his skin, certain I drew blood, but I didn't care, and neither did he. His hands shifted to my hips instead of my ass as he used the wall as leverage and began an even more punishing pace. Despite the feel-good chemicals coursing through me, something in my chest felt tight. Like a rubber band ready to snap with the gentlest of flicks. After we were finished and dried off, he lifted me easily, carried me to the bed, dried me off, and tucked me under the covers. All the while, the rubber band wound up tighter inside me while I watched him. After he cleaned up the water strewn through the bathroom and bedroom, he climbed onto the bed naked and lay on top of the covers. I took this opportunity to get a good look at him. Holy hell. He looked amazing with clothes on, but naked. Wet dreams are made of this, I sung in my head. He turned to face me, scooting down so we could look at each other eye to eye. What are you thinking? You don't know. I teased. His brow creased as he studied my face. No. I don't know. Tell me. I smiled. I'm still mad at you. He scoffed, his concern morphing to incredulity. I think I earned a reprieve. At least for tonight. If I have to fuck you into oblivion again tomorrow to keep you happy, well, that is the burden I bear. I slapped his arm. Was that a joke? He kissed my forehead gently and I closed my eyes. Go to sleep, Zoey. For once, I actually listened to him. Chapter 9. The text to meet the strange Helix came in the late evening, directing me to get across the city in less than an hour. I barely had time to grab a couple of weapons, talk Fin from the ledge and drag myself to the car. Fin followed me out. Since they'd specified again Fin wasn't to make contact with a metalsmith, he volunteered to drive. It might be cutting the edge of the agreement, but I figured as long as he didn't try to come inside wherever I ended up, he'd be fine. Well, as fine as he could be with me going in alone. Something he complained about the entire drive to the meeting point. We pulled up outside a brownstone set in a neat row of others. Even the flowers in the perfect place spoke of prep schools and housekeepers. I didn't buy it for a second. My time with Fin and the captain had made me jaded, sure, but I'd always been wary of manicured lawns and inheritance-funded lives. I'd seen behind the curtain of too many perfect lives to take anything at face value. It also didn't help the facade that magic practically shimmered around the house like a bubble. Do you see it? I asked Fin. He nodded, his jaw clenched. I see it. And I don't want you going in there. I reached out and smoothed my thumb over the hard edge of his jaw. I know you have an entire speech planned out to try and talk me out of going in there, but can we just skip it and assume I said something disarming and sassy that ended your tirade? His brow furrowed and he clutched the steering wheel. After a moment, he dropped his hands and finally looked at me. I've lost too many people. There won't be anything left to live for if I lose you too. I'll pretend those words were inspired by something soft and romantic instead of fear. I trailed my thumb from his jawline to his bottom lip. Don't worry, I have a good feeling about this. You can monitor me through the bond. The second you feel anything like fear, you have my full permission to rush to my rescue, and I won't even get mad. I jumped out of the car and shut the door, staring up at the house. Outside the vehicle, the heavy sizzle of magic seemed to waft from the invisible barrier around the house. The street around us was empty, save a few vehicles down the road. No other people wandered around. I reached out to where I felt the magic and dipped my fingers in first. It felt chilly against my skin, but it didn't hurt, nor did it feel malicious in any way. I gave Fin a smile and then stepped through the magic to the other side. The bond tethered tight in my chest cut off. I turned to see Fin step out of the car, watching me. He could see I was perfectly fine, so I shrugged and headed up to the bright red door. There wasn't a doorbell, but a huge black wrought iron knocker in the center. I banged the knocker against the door a few times and tucked my hands into my jacket pockets. It only took a minute for the smooth man we'd met last night to answer. I gave Fin a little wave and stepped over the threshold. Nice to see you again, Miss Zoey, Helix said as he closed the door behind me and waved me into a small sitting room. The inside of the house looked as perfectly staged as the outside. Did they meet all their would-be clients here to test them before they dove into deeper stuff? I took a seat on a cream couch and waited for Helix to sit across from me. He arranged himself in a matching chair and gave me a long look. Similar to the one he'd leveled on me last night, it felt like he could see the shape of my bones beneath my skin. I got straight to the point. So I'm here and my fairy is outside your weird shields. When do I meet your contact? He smiled and picked up a low ball glass from the coffee table. Shortly. First, I have a few questions for you. Of course he did. Nothing was ever easy with the magical races. There were always hoops and tests and bullshit to wade through. But I didn't exactly have a choice in this situation. I was the one needing help. Ask what you need. He resettled his legs, one crossed over the other. Between his black-on-black suit and the amber liquid in his glass, this felt more civilized than some of the life-threatening situations I'd been in recently. At least if he decided to kill me, I'd have the crackle of a fire and the soft strains of Beethoven to see me off. Why do you really need a magical metalsmith? And please don't bother with a jewelry excuse again. While you may need a catalyst as you described, I know that's not why you are hunting my friend. His tone was as stiff as his cuffs. If I told him the truth, and somehow he worked for Esteban, at this point I was just assuming anyone I crossed paths with could be one of his goons. He could use my information against me. If I lied, then it was highly likely I'd be sent home and this lead to find Saul would dry up. I leaned back on the couch and waved at him. Can I get one of those if we're doing this? His eyes popped open, and he surged to his feet, depositing his glass on the table again. Of course. My apologies, most who come here refuse to even sit, let alone have a drink with me. He crossed to the bar in the corner and made a drink for me. Unidentifiable amber liquid over ice. His options seemed limited. Maybe because he only kept his own brand in here, thinking no one else wanted anything. With a flourish and a grin, he handed me the glass. I cupped it between my hands and braced my elbows on my knees. I need to find a magical metalsmith to help me negate a magical weapon. He paused in raising his glass to his mouth and then lowered it back to his lap. What kind of weapon? The magical kind, as I said. Let's not play games, Miss Alex. What sort of weapon? It will help me determine if I can help you or not. The memory of Esteban's blade plunging deep into the captain flashed in my mind. I beat the painful memory back with a large gulp of the whiskey, and resettled on the chair to hide my shaking hands. This is a special kind of weapon that makes an unhealable wound. He narrowed his eyes and drained his glass in one long gulp. I've heard of this blade, but I'm sorry to say it's impossible to protect against. The only thing a person struck by it can do is bleed out and hope it happens quickly. Well, there are loopholes, as my friend outside and I found when he got cut up by it. But the prospect of repeating the healing process after its use doesn't appeal to either of us. Especially him, having already endured it once. His gaze narrowed, feeling even sharper, more determined. As if he were delving deep inside me for one of these described wounds. I don't know what he found. When he relaxed and glanced away again, he was frowning heavily. I don't believe you, and yet you're not lying. I took a long draw from my drink and let it burn down to my belly. That's up to you, but if you can't help me, then I'm not going to stay here and keep chatting. I need to spend my time finding someone else who can. He clapped his hands on his knees and stood in one smooth motion. That might be best. A phone rang from his vicinity before I even had time to stand. He answered it without speaking. The volume on the other end was too low for me to hear. Then he hung up just as abruptly. Who the hell was this man, and why did I want to be him when I grew up? Then he turned his attention back to me, his posture stiff and tone brittle. Well, it looks like you've intrigued someone. I must allow you to meet my friend. You don't seem so sure about this. I promise, as long as they don't try to hurt me, I won't hurt them. He folded his hands, still towering over me. I believe that is true, however. I don't trust my friend's ability to say no to a situation they should not involve themselves in. A situation that might not turn out well for anyone. I was beyond tired of the back and forth and subtext I didn't have the inclination or brain power to comprehend. Look, I'm not trying to get anyone else dragged into the mess Fin and I are in. We fully intend to rectify the situation ourselves. All we need is a little help to even the playing field. Well, at the very least, she wants to hear what you have to say. He waved at the door on the other side of the room. If you'll follow me. I let him lead me out of the room, but I brought my drink along for the ride. We walked through a few nondescript hallways with watercolor landscapes lining either side, then down a set of stairs. When we reached another set of stairs, I paused. Even though the entire path had been well lit, and so was the landing below, I distinctly remembered being dragged under a big house and subsequently tortured in various ways. "Do we have to do this down there?" I asked. He stopped at the bottom of the stairs and glanced back at me. "Just this way, please." I took a long inhale and wrapped my free hand around the rail attached to the wall. If I didn't need this contact and to take Esteban's weapon out of the equation, I'd walk back upstairs right now and never come back. The captain lying beside me in my dream was the only thing that spurred me further, even as my self-preservation instincts clamored for freedom. Helix led me into a small room that mirrored the sitting room above, except on a smaller scale. Cream decor, but only one couch and a small table between it and the doorway. Once inside, he turned to go, and all the careful discussions in my head faded away under the prospect of being locked in this tiny room. "Please don't lock the door. I won't leave or do anything crazy. I just need to know that I can get out." He studied me, then gave a clipped nod and closed the door between us. I sucked in a huge breath and prayed Fin couldn't feel the fear rolling off me at the moment. I needed to get myself together before the contact came in, and I ruined everything. When I'd gone into Fin's basement, I didn't have this kind of reaction. My skin felt charged, like a fine buzz vibrated from inside me, and not in a fun, sexy kind of way. A fear of cramped, unknown basements wasn't a good thing to have as a bounty hunter. People like to hide in cramped, dark spaces. It was a well-documented fact. I counted the recessed lighting circles overhead, then the buttons on the upholstery of the couch, anything to keep my mind occupied until the contact came in. A loud buzz cut through the room, and I clamped my hands over my ears until a voice canceled the static. "Zoey. Is that your name?" It was a female voice, soft and deep for a woman. I nodded, but then rolled my eyes at myself, lowered my hands and cleared my throat. "Yes, my name is Zoey, and you are?" "Nice try, but I'm not here to talk about me. I'm here to talk about what you need. Tell me about this weapon." "Okay. I can do this." I resituated myself on the couch. As far as I know, it's a fairy-made blade, and when used on someone it creates an unhealable wound. It was recently wielded by my enemy, and I need to get it off the field before I can make another move against him. Does this enemy have a name? Shit. The moment I mention the Black Mage, this woman is going to run straight for the hills. Not even her pretty bodyguard would be able to convince her to stay. Can I keep that to myself for now? I promise he's a bad guy." Even her soft laugh sounded sultry. "I don't work for just anyone, nor do I provide weapons against those whom I consider friends." I scoffed. "Lady, if you're friends with this man, then we wouldn't be speaking, and you wouldn't have waltzed me through this dog and pony show of a protection racket you've got going on here. So let's not play games." The intercom went quiet, not even the soft static crackling through the room. Maybe I scared her away with my honesty? Helix seemed to find it refreshing. I didn't do subterfuge well, and it always helped when people understood that about me. I rubbed my clammy hands on my pants and took another sip from my glass. The condensation trickled over my fingers as I drained the drink and put it back down again. There wasn't a bar in here to get a refill, so all I could do was sit and wait. And not let my reaction to this room drive me insane. The urge to rush to the door just to check and see if it was still unlocked beat at me. But I didn't want to antagonize anyone, not until they agreed to help me. Then they could learn antagonization was one of my love languages. I sat forward and then stood, wandering behind the couch and then back in front of it, pacing a circle. Not that I could manage more than a few steps in the small space. I made it around the couch quite a few times before the door opened from the outside. In the doorway stood a small woman, dressed head to toe in black, wearing sunglasses. Her hair had been tucked under a cap, but from what I could tell by the eyebrows between the hat and the glasses, it was black. "Is that necessary?" I asked, looking her over for any identifiable details. I got nothing except the tiny scars dotting her fingers, white against her pale skin. It is, she said in that same barroom voice. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Zoey. Chapter 10. I stared at her a little too long before shaking myself to speak. Sorry, nice to meet you too. She didn't respond to my not-so-subtle request for her name, instead stepping further into the room and closing the door in Helix's face on the other side. I could appreciate a woman who could put a man in his place. With a graceful wave at the couch, she closed the distance between us. Please sit. I only followed the directive because her hands shook, and fear wafted off her in waves which fought with her sea breeze scent. Once I'd taken the seat, she took one more step forward, but not so close that I could reach out and touch her. I promise, I have no intention of hurting you as long as you don't attempt to hurt me, I said, repeating what I'd told Helix earlier. Despite the bloodthirst in my veins, I didn't actually set out to bludgeon people randomly. Well, except for Fin, but he deserved it. I couldn't tell if she believed me or not. Her lips were pressed into a thin line. I'm afraid I can't let my guard down, even with people who are supposed to be friends. That sounds like a lonely life. And Helix? Is he a friend, colleague, or more? She skipped right over that question. Who owns the weapon you're so concerned with? There are only a few truly magical weapons, ones that can change the world or the course of a war. I don't think I should tell you. If I do, you won't agree to help me. She cocked her head to the side, a strange stance without the ability to see her eyes. I haven't agreed to help you yet as it is. What do you have to lose? Right now, you're a maybe, and if you take off your sunglasses and we can actually talk, I think I can turn that maybe into a yes. Especially when you don't have to go anywhere near the man. Seconds stretched into minutes and then she nodded, turned to the door, threw it open and said, "Follow me please." Helix stood in the middle of the corridor, his jaw a granite line as he glared after her. So more than friends there then. I squeezed past him and felt him right on my heels as I trailed behind the woman. She led me upstairs into yet another sitting room, this one decorated in darker tones, maroons, grays, blacks. It felt cool and soothing as I took another seat on another couch that cost more than my apartment. Helix poured drinks for everyone, handed them out, and took up a position at the back of her armchair. When she stripped away the sunglasses and her hat, Helix let out a muffled curse. Finally, I could get a look at her. Her hair wasn't the same color as I remember Soul's being in my visions. But I probably couldn't trust the visions, since they'd been provided by Esteban. Maybe it was how he remembered her. This woman didn't have the same air of innocence. Her black hair cut across her collarbones in a straight line. Her eyes, however, had the same blue glow of Fin's. But they were harder, less forgiving. Shit. Did I call her out? Or let her retain her anonymity, in hopes she would help us? Now we can talk, she said. I settled into the cushions and cast a grin toward Helix. I'm not going to go on a rampage. You can relax. I'll relax when you leave. His tone came out clipped and hard. He'd been relaxed enough on the back seat of our car, but protecting Saul obviously brought out the prickliness in his personality. So hospitable. I smiled and turned my attention back to the woman. Saul. And you still haven't given me your name. You can call me Melinda. Well, okay then. Melinda, I don't know what sort of work is required to assist me, but I need either a way to combat this weapon, or a way to destroy it for good. She sipped her drink. Can you describe this weapon? I shook my head. I didn't get a good look at it while it was shoved into either one of my friends. And they lived. One of them did, but he's permanently scarred by it. Sorrow laced my words. I met her eyes as she studied me, weighing the sincerity in my voice. If you don't know anything more about the weapon, what do you expect me to be able to do about it? She held up her hands. My work requires access to the weapon. I doubt someone would leave something so powerful lying around. She wasn't wrong. Don't worry about that. I simply need to know if it's possible at this stage in my plan. And your friend outside, does he have his own plans? You mean your brother? Assuming, of course, this really was the infamous Saul I'd been searching for. I snorted. Probably. Maybe? I don't know. He's learned the hard way how much I hate when he keeps secrets. He won't double-cross me if that's what you mean. Are you so sure? Helix asked. I shrugged. Pretty sure. He's my mate, or well, I guess, he hasn't exactly given me the details. It's kind of new. I don't know what the rules are, but I trust him not to betray me. Right? I shoved that thought to the back burner to consider later. He wouldn't hand me over to Esteban, but he sure as hell would do something stupid to keep me safe. A mate. That's rare, congratulations, Melinda said. Then give me a gift, and help us both stay alive to see this through. Her soft laugh made my heart sink in my chest. I happen to know the weapon you speak of. As I said, there are only a few major weapons like this left. And I know who currently wields it. Just like that, all the air vacated the room. Neither of us spoke the name, but we were both thinking it. Helix growled, and knelt next to the chair to look up into the woman's eyes. They stared at each other, and I assumed they were talking telepathically, since his hands tightened on the arm of the chair and she stiffened and glanced away from him. Were they mates? Would Fin and I be able to communicate that way? What we did now wasn't too far off the mark, but it would be handy to speak direct sentences. She dragged her gaze back to me. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. I stared between them as Helix stood and resumed his position at her back. So, obviously this is a joint decision. Can you tell me why? Especially when you don't even have to have contact with the owner. Her eyes narrowed and her lips thinned. I couldn't tell if she objected to my calling out their relationship or something else in that statement. He aids in my decisions, but in this we are agreed. I just don't enjoy when he gets high-handed and starts throwing demands at me. Helix had the grace to flush, and I didn't bother to stop my grin. Even if she didn't help us, I liked her a lot. She continued. I can't help you, because he'll know I had a part in it. There are very few people with my particular skills, and he would hunt me down. I haven't spent years of my life hiding from people like him, to lead him right to my door with one careless mistake. You know my name. Do you know my reputation as a bounty hunter? I don't make careless mistakes, and I wouldn't lead him to you. If a law enforcement official asks me, I'll deny everything, but I don't intend to leave anything left of him. She shook her head, her eyes pleading for me to understand. I'm sorry. I can't risk my safety on a possibility. Even if you are good at your job. What she didn't know was that I did understand. All the fear she felt, I felt it too, and still did, from the moment I woke up to the moment I went to sleep. In my next fight with Esteban, either he'd go down, or I would. There couldn't be a middle ground, because I refused to live my life hiding in the shadows, for fear of the boogeyman. I tried one more time. Is there anything I can say or offer to change your mind? I'm willing to put in any amount of work to ensure my friend and I aren't at risk when we face him. Again, she said. Yes, again. The bastard is slippery. She nodded. You see my dilemma then. He has eyes everywhere. He knows everything, and I don't want to have to uproot my life and move to get away from him. Why all this then? I waved at the house and then at Helix. Why the interview process and the secret identity? Occasionally, there are clients who need my help. Legitimate jobs that I am able to assist with, that don't provide risk to me. They are what keep the lights on. Helix helps in that endeavor to keep us both safe. I let out a long sigh and shook my head. Do you know someone else who might help us then? Anyone with similar abilities, who might be swayed by money or favors? I'm sorry to say, no one with my abilities. No one will be able to help you with what you need. I dropped my head into my hands and let that statement simmer in my brain. When I looked up, they both stared at me, into me. I fucking resented it. "You're a coward," I told her, meeting her stare head-on. Helix took a step around the chair, but I didn't look at him, keeping my eyes on her. "Do you think I want to be in the middle of this fight? It started out as revenge, and now it's about survival because he wants me." I pressed my hand to my chest. "Do you know how that feels?" She waved Helix back with a glare at him. "I know exactly how that feels. Why do you think I've been hiding for so long? I know exactly what he's capable of, and I won't put myself in his crosshairs again." I stood and stared them both down. "Then the lives he takes, even if one day it's mine, are on your hands too. You could have helped and did nothing." "Get out," Helix said, situating himself between me and Melinda. I nodded and headed toward the door. "Don't forget to take your Fi with you when you leave. He's been pounding on the shields outside for an hour." Not looking back, I opened the door and took pleasure in letting it slam behind me. Once outside, I dragged in a lungful of the cool night air, letting it wash away some of the anger still burning inside me. Fin stood at the end of the stairs, his hands clenched, his hair mussed and windswept around his face. When I bounded toward him, he looked up and rushed forward to what I assumed was the edge of the barrier. I waved him away as I reached the edge of the bubble and slipped outside the barrier. "Holy shit, Zoey, I've been worried sick." He caught me up in his arms, squeezing me so tight he constricted my airflow. "I'm fine. Sorry. Something about the barrier cut off the bond, or whatever. It's how they protect themselves. Can we get out of here?" He nodded, but didn't move, as if he were reluctant to release me. "Can't breathe here," I said, voice strained. "Oh, sorry." He gently set me on my feet, and I let him head to the driver's side of the car. We pulled away before he started a barrage of questions, most of which I didn't have the brain power to answer, not with a headache blooming above my eyebrows. Did he agree to help? Was Saul in there? I knew this was a really important question, but I couldn't even think straight anymore. I pressed my forehead to the cold passenger side window, hoping the chill would take the edge off. "Give me a minute. My head is suddenly killing me." He threaded his hands into my hair from the nape of my neck. It felt good as he flexed his fingers against my scalp. I leaned back into him. Then I felt the healing touch he sent through the bond. The brain fog lifted. That bastard did something to me when I left? Why else would I get all foggy and groggy the second I left? Maybe he hoped it would keep me from remembering the location, or them for that matter. Fin stiffened, his fingers freezing. "He mentally attacked you?" I shook my head. "It was probably built into whatever magic is protecting their house. I don't think he actively did anything, but I have no doubt he was responsible for that shield you couldn't crack." He brought both hands to the wheel. "I could have broken it, but it would have taken a lot of magic, and I didn't want to force my way in if you were negotiating. I would have known if you were dead, so at the very least I knew you were alive in there." I glared. "That's not super comforting. You can be in all kinds of pain while still alive, need I remind you? Now you want me to be worried and take steps to help you." I lay my head against the window again and flipped him the bird. We drove through town back toward our safe house, after a good 10 minutes of back roads and turnarounds to lose any possible tails. "Was she there?" he asked on a whisper, as if he dared not hope. I turned to look at him fully. "I can't be sure. I think it was her, but she's not the same as you remember, or how I saw her in those sendings from Esteban. If that was her, and I emphasize the if, then she's a changed woman, so be ready for that." He tugged my hand into his. "I don't care what she looks like or how she acts. If I can see her alive, it would be enough. Will they let me talk to her, see her?" I locked our hands together and wrapped my other one on top of his. "I'm sorry, they were scared and didn't even want to help. On the way out, they directed me to take you with me. I don't think she'll see you." When she first appeared, I had to talk her into showing her face to me. They're scared. Of what? He asked, shifting his gaze between the road and me. Of the same thing we are. Chapter 11. Once inside the safe house, Fin's shoulders finally fell away from his ears as he threw himself on the couch with a long-suffering sigh. I don't know why you seem worn out. You're not the one who went in there to face them. Helix is powerful, although I don't know what his abilities are. He just feels strong. Fin patted the couch next to him. It can be that way sometimes. If they don't give you a clear show of power, you can still feel the danger present. I took the seat beside him and lay back in the cushions, but he tugged me under his arm to cradle my head against his chest. Please, tell me what happened from the beginning. Before I could even inhale, he added, what really happened, not one of your colorful explanations that glosses over the pertinent details. This guy seemed to be reading the same damn book as Hawk and the Chief. I huffed. Fine. I got out of the car and went to the door. Helix let me in, and we made stupid small talk while we sipped on whiskey. Once we established he didn't want me anywhere near his boss, she called and ordered him to take me to the basement. He jerked beside me. And you followed him to the basement, didn't you? I shrugged. If it helps, I didn't actually want to, but it seemed like they weren't going to talk to me until his boss was comfortable. My explanation didn't seem to placate him, because his mouth opened and closed a few times wordlessly. I continued on, regardless. I waited in a tiny room for a while, then she came in, but she wore a disguise. We chatted about the weapon, and eventually we reached an agreement, and she dropped the disguise and we spoke normally. But she still refused to help us, citing that she knew who owned the weapon and doesn't want to get in Esteban's crosshairs. He met my eyes, his jaw tight. Is that it? Yeah, I tried to convince her, but she's too scared and refused. So then I came outside and there you were, the end. A wave of exhaustion washed over me, the headache surging back into the front of my head. I'm going to go to sleep. This headache is back. I probably just need to sleep it off. He ran his hand down my back as I levered to my feet and went into the bedroom. I was already in my pajamas and under the covers before he entered. While he undressed, I didn't bother to hide my interest. I might not be in good shape to do anything about my desire for him, but I could definitely look. He gave me a little grin as he stripped his shirt over his head, baring his long lean muscles. After he left all his clothes in a pile, he treated me to a view of his tight ass on the way into the bathroom. I sighed and closed my eyes, snuggling into the pillow with that image in my head. The bastard was beautiful, even with me angry at him. When he exited the bathroom, still naked, he flipped off the lights and climbed into bed beside me. It was weird sleeping next to someone, but I didn't hate it. There was something comforting about reaching out in the middle of the night, and someone being there no matter what. His hand met my back over my camisole, and when he curved his palm around to my belly, I stopped him. As pretty as you are, if you aren't willing to discuss this whole mating thing, then we aren't going there again. He stiffened behind me, his thighs aligned behind mine. You're going to keep me out of your bed, because I haven't explained everything to you yet? I didn't bother turning to look at him. You're clearly in my bed right now. I'm just not going to open my legs to someone keeping secrets. How the hell am I supposed to know these things? He tugged his hand free and rolled over onto his back. I'm sorry. He didn't offer anything else, and it was enough to cement my decision. The other night had been fun, but it was more about taking the edge off. Anything more would be a choice made, and I didn't want him to think I'd be letting him off that easily. I resettled into the pillow, shoving my hand underneath in a way I'd done since childhood. It was a comforting position as I used to hide my secrets there, little rocks and treasures I'd found, and when I was older, my diary with its tiny silver lock. My chest felt tight, not in a way that meant I couldn't draw a full breath, but in an aching sort of way. It took me another moment to realize it was Fin's pain I felt. He must have loosened some of his shields or me mine to allow this much through. If I wasn't so fucking hard-headed, I would have rolled over to him, offered him the comfort I'd originally denied. But I couldn't. If we were going to have a relationship, I needed him to understand we had to be equals. And right now, he wasn't playing that way. After a fitful night of rest, I woke to morning sunlight streaming in the window and an empty bed. The sound of movement through the open doorway caught my attention, and I found Fin going through some kind of Tai Chi warm-up with a nasty-looking sword he'd obviously found in the safe house. Still naked, of course. Which made me wonder how many times he'd put on pants for my benefit, when he needn't have bothered. I crossed around the outside of the room, to head to the kitchen and pour a cup of coffee. Mug in hand, I faced him and watched. He moved with a grace that spoke of how many years he'd trained as a fighter. With the captain at his side for a lot of it, I didn't doubt he'd been kept in peak shape for most of that time. The captain wouldn't accept anything less. A sharp pang hit my chest at the thought of him, and I rubbed the ache that I knew would never go away. Fin glanced over at me, never missing a beat in his routine, and I just hoped he hadn't felt that the same way I'd felt him last night. I grabbed the phone I'd left on the counter the previous night and hit the speed dial for Hawk's number. He answered with a groggy hello. We need another route for the metalsmithing. The contact is too afraid to help. He coughed and a rustle cut through the line. You want me to go convince her? Seeing Hawk go head-to-head with Helix might be fun to watch. Except Hawk would probably get flayed open, and I didn't want that. No, I promised I meant them no harm, and it's the truth. Besides, I doubt anyone could force her to help them if she didn't want to. So I need a new metalsmith, or a new option to negate the blade. I'll see what I can do on my end. Maybe you should head back to the night market. Turn over a few more rocks. I snorted. Those rocks were turned. I doubt we'd even be able to get back in, after the way we left things. You still think too much with your heart than your head. Next time, try negotiating. I took offense to that. Especially when I tried not to hurt them. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that, because I don't want to put on pants to come kick your ass right now. He said, I'll call you when I have something. You go back to the night market, and hung up. I slid my phone onto the counter, and watched Fin go through his moves while I sipped my coffee. When he finished, he'd worked up a nice sweat, and a sharp bite of regret consumed me. Damn it. I could be joining him in the shower right now, and we could have another workout together. Before I let my hormones or the mating thing run away with me, I grabbed a granola bar and settled on the couch with my laptop to do some research. We'd lost ground the previous day. Melinda might think no one else could help us, but I didn't believe that for a second. Not with billions of people on the planet. I spent the day ignoring Fin and doing research. He joined me at some point but didn't offer any details on what he hunted for himself. When the sun started to set, I tucked my laptop away and went to get dressed for our second trip out to the night market. Fin drove the SUV, and I kept silent in the passenger seat as he questioned this choice for the 5th time since he heard me talking to Hawk this morning. When we made it to the clearing, night had descended. But no matter what magical tricks we tried, we couldn't get access to the market. Is this unusual? I asked as we headed back to the car. He climbed in. No, but occasionally they move the market. If we want to go back inside, we'll have to find the coordinates again. How do we do that? I asked, buckling my seatbelt. A broker. We pulled back onto the main road to head into town. Where do we find one of these people? He sighed heavily. They're spirits. I'll see about finding one when we get back, but please note I don't think going back to the market will help us. Noted, but cut the attitude. I'm sorry my tutors in the magical ways have been lacking, and that I don't know that I need to find a ghost to get to some fantasy magical marketplace I'd never heard of before 2 days ago. His hands tightened on the wheel. My apologies. I'm just on edge. A wave of heat and sexual need washed through me so hard I squeezed my thighs together and gripped the door for support. Jesus fucking Christ. What the hell was that? Don't worry about it. He gritted through his teeth and drove faster. I eyed him, watching for any other signs of this sexual onslaught, but he gave me nothing but the tight edge of his jaw as he stared out the windshield. We made it back to the safe house in record time, and I let him lead the way up the elevator into the apartment. The moment he unlocked the door, he reached underneath the back of his jacket to slide out the wicked sword he'd been working with this morning. I gripped the handles of my knives tucked against my thighs and followed him into the apartment. Helix lounged on our couch, drinking our booze in a $20,000 suit. I released my knives and cut in front of Fin, who looked ready to gut him. Do you bother abiding by locks, or are they just a suggestion to you? He waved his drink toward me in acknowledgement. Sometimes it's fun when I get a challenge. And your wards were definitely a challenge. Fin stepped up beside me, the sword now gone. And yet you still managed to break them, how? Helix scanned Fin, head to toe. It's not you, princeling. It's part of my gift. I can unlock anything, given enough time. Fin went rigid beside me. I reached out and grabbed his hand before he launched himself over the couch toward Helix. What can we do for you? I'm pretty sure you made your position clear last night. And I didn't appreciate the headache I left with. He climbed off the couch, crossed to the bar and refilled his glass, then poured 2 more. Once he handed them out with a little grin for Fin, we sat down. I barely had time to wonder why all the boys seemed to clamor after Fin, with me sitting right beside him. He had a way of drawing them in. Melinda has decided she will help you, but under a very strict set of rules, he said, looking at me. Rules you likely laid out, am I right? He inclined his head. Of course. Her safety is my life, and I would never allow her to compromise herself, even if putting herself in danger is what's right. I thought this might be the closest thing to an apology this shiny penny was capable of. After a swig of the bourbon, I waved at him. Tell us what you want then. We'll see if we can make a deal to get this done. He split his attention between us. She agreed to work with you, but she won't see you again, either of you. Fin looked like he might protest, but I patted his forearm, hoping he'd catch my hint to shut the hell up. When he sat back again, I rubbed his thigh in thanks, my eyes still locked on Helix. What else? You will sign a magical contract with me, laying out the needs and parameters of this partnership. Fin spoke up. Containing what? We need to know every detail, before we'll consider signing it. With his knowledge of this world, I let him lead the next part of the discussion, but by the end even I realized Helix held something back, something important. Just spit it out, I said, eyeing them and the barely restrained testosterone wafting through the room. Helix cleared his throat and sat his glass on the coffee table. Part of the process will require a lot of magic. I won't allow Melinda to be drained after she helps in case we need to make an escape. I won't leave her defenseless. So, this magic will be provided by you. Fin froze beside me, and I had to look at him to make sure he was still breathing. His voice was tight when he answered. You want one of us to give up our magic? Temporarily, of course, and only as much as we need to complete the process. Nothing more and nothing less. And yet, he expected one of us to do something it was obvious he'd never do. Which made me wonder, what would it feel like to once again be magic less? Chapter 12. Fin hadn't relaxed next to me since Helix made his request. Which made me think there was a level of this exchange I didn't understand. I waited for Fin to offer an explanation, but his attention was focused on the man across from us. Now, why would you think we'd blindly walk into this deal? Helix dragged his gaze between us. I assumed you needed help. At any cost, according to you, Zoey. This is the price for that help. Take it or leave it. I don't care either way. He looked down at his drink, then shook his head. No, that's a lie. I do care because I want her to say no. I want her to walk away from this entire thing and tell you to go fuck yourselves, before she ends up dead. If I hadn't seen the depth of his feelings for Melinda, I might have taken offense to that statement, and I might have thrown his ass off the balcony to see if flying was in his repertoire. Let's pretend we say yes, I started. Fin grabbed my free hand hard in his. I cast him a placating glance. What would be required? How would it work or affect the person giving up the magic? The how is the easy part. Once the contract is signed, the magic in the contract does the work. It's like sucking a milkshake through a straw and then it's done. It'll likely take a few days for the person to recover the use of his magic, and then he'd be fine, no lasting harm. Fin squeezed my hand too tight and I winced. Except someone else would have control over another person's magic to do anything at all with it. I'd say that has the potential for harm. Helix took a long drink and resettled with his arm over the back of the couch. We would also be bound by the terms of the contract. It will clearly outline the parameters of the use of the borrowed magic. Fin huffed, and I almost laughed at how worked up he was getting. I frowned at him. But I doubt you're going to list step by step what she intends to do with the magic. If step 2 in a 5-step process is murder and you only tell me the end result, I'll still be complicit in murder. Fin was about to combust. It didn't help that Helix threw out alpha vibes, and Fin already owned that role in the house. I tugged his hands into my lap, but I spoke to Helix. Can you go away somewhere so Fin and I can have a chat? Where do you want me to go? I stood, dragging Fin up with me. I'll show you to the door. You can go wherever you want, but then come back so I can tell you what we decide. Or better yet, I'll give you a call when we have a decision. Helix looked like he wanted to argue, but he threw back the rest of his drink, set the empty glass on the table and stood. Deftly, he buttoned his jacket and walked toward the door. Once he left, Fin locked the door and then closed his eyes, no doubt working on the shields Helix had somehow shattered with seemingly little effort. When he sighed and opened his eyes again, I closed the gap between us and let him put his arms around me. Let's discuss this, and by discuss, I mean you need to break down fairy magic for me yet again. He hugged me tight, pressing his chin on top of my head. After he pulled away, he led me back to the couch and settled with one of his legs bent in front of him. I thought he'd launch into his explanation, but instead, he tugged a brown elastic from his wrist and gathered his hair up into a messy bun at the back of his neck. Fin? Are you okay? I angled my head so I could meet his downcast eyes. Yes, I'm just trying to think of a way to explain the severity of what he's asking from us. I took his hand. It's not us. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. I'm the one who asked for their help, and I can be the one to pay the price. Don't be too hasty here. Let me explain what someone would face doing this. I released him and grabbed my abandoned drink. Okay, shoot. Running through your magic naturally is how your body is supposed to work. By offering your magic up to be taken, to be used by someone else, it's like ripping out a piece of your soul and handing it over to a stranger. It's not something to be taken lightly, and it's highly unusual for anyone to agree to it. I nodded and considered the information. Also, the slight tremor in his voice. It wasn't just the magical sacrifice, but he feared something. What are you afraid of? He forced out a breath, and it sounded almost like a growl. I'm scared of not being able to protect you. I'm scared of you giving up too much that you don't even realize you're offering. Is it really worth this sacrifice? To remove a major weapon from Esteban's hands? Yes, it is. It baffled me that he couldn't see our reasoning. And yet, fear must be what blinded him to reality. After all, the knife took the captain's life and it almost got him too. I set my glass on the coffee table. Once we took this step forward, it was as good as agreeing to face Esteban again. Right now, safe together, we could pretend that final battle would happen in some unknown future, eventually. Agreement would put the plan in motion, and that plan, once again, would lead to facing someone who had taken so much from both of us. I shifted closer to him and took his face in my hands. I understand what you are saying, and I hear what you're not saying. I don't know if it's the bond or what, but I can feel how scared you are. I pressed my forehead against his. I don't want you to think I'm running into this head first because I'm not terrified. I am. I'm so scared of losing you, of dying, and yet I know we can't just stay in limbo and wait for him to come to us again. His forehead rubbed against mine as he nodded. I know. I feel you too. And it is the bond, but it's also a connection we share, the same one we had since we met. We stayed that way, our heads together, sitting in silence. I'll be the one to do it, I whispered at length. I know you want to, but you're stronger magically, and if I need protection, I trust you to do it. He captured my face and brushed his mouth over mine. You're so damn strong. The strongest person I know. I laughed. I'm going to remind you that you said that the next time you argue with me about something I've done or want to do. Like now. I kissed him, and as I tasted whiskey from his lips, I knew I'd make this choice for us over and over again. When I pulled away, Fin said, Don't think this means I agree with what you said. I don't think you should be the one to give up your magic. It's too unpredictable at the moment. We don't know how much they would need, or even how it might affect you to lose it. Damn him and his logic. I get that, but as I said, if it comes down to a magical fight, I definitely want you on the front line if it's only one of us. He narrowed his eyes and lifted my chin with his thumb to force our gazes together. You're strong but stubborn. So damn stubborn. I laughed. Sadly, that won't be changing anytime soon. Besides, I'm sure you knew that before we even met. It's the #1 complaint from Hawk and the chief, hell, probably the captain too if I ever let him register an opinion. Taking hold of his belt loops, I tugged him tighter into me. And I'm not afraid to use my wiles to convince you to let me do this. His eyelids slid to half-mast, a dreamy look entering his eyes. You think I'm so easily swayed? Even as he said it, I could feel him growing hard against my belly. Oh, I do. You did say you didn't get out much before me. Am I safe to assume you weren't running around dating as well? How long had it been before our first time together? I'm not answering that, he said. His eyes crinkled at the corners. It may have been a while, but I assure you, I'm perfectly capable of seeing to your needs. I nipped his bottom lip with my teeth. Oh, I know. We stared at each other a moment. The blue glow in his eyes seemed to intensify as he looked at me. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he nodded. We'll do it your way, but please register the fact that I hate the idea, and I wish you would let me do it, or that we could find another way. What if she is your sister? You don't trust her? He dropped his eyes from mine. It's not that. I don't dare hope it's her, but if it is her, how could I trust her when, as you say, she's an entirely different person? His comment made me wonder if Helix knew her true identity. Was she really Saul? And if she was, did Helix know Fin was her brother? I tugged Fin back to the couch and fished my phone from my pocket. There was one unread text from an unknown number. It said, "Text when you're ready for me to return." Hitting the reply button, I typed out, "We've talked it out. We're ready." Now we waited. Despite Fin's hesitation about the situation, I didn't have the same feelings. It was a surety deep in my gut. These people wouldn't betray us to Esteban. They would sure as shit leave us high and dry to save their own asses, but they wouldn't go out of their way to get us killed. I could live with those odds, and to be honest, I'd do the same to them if it was Fin in danger or the chief. Hawk came to mind too, but I wasn't going to mentally admit how much I liked him. It didn't take long for a knock on the door. Fin rolled his eyes and shoved off the couch. I laughed at the sour look on his face. At least he knocked this time. When Fin threw the door open, Helix sauntered in, his hands tucked tight into his pockets. You two lovebirds work things out? I waved at the couch opposite me. Obviously, or we wouldn't have messaged you. Lord knows we don't want to actually spend time with you. He grinned and took the seat I offered, then unbuttoned his jacket and tugged out a single sheet of paper which had been rolled up inside. Then let's get this done. I shifted forward so my knees butted against the coffee table. What do I need to do? He jerked his head up from scanning the sheet and looked between us. You can't be the one to offer your magic. It has to be him. Goosebumps pebbled down my arms as a wave of magic washed through the room, but I couldn't tell if it came from Fin or Helix. Why does it matter? I asked. Power is power, right? Melinda is a Phi. Her magic is Phi. She needs Phi power to work it. You aren't Phi. Fin surged across the space and I put my hand up to stop him. To my surprise, he actually stopped. I narrowed my gaze at Helix. I'm half Phi. I can access that power, so why does it matter? Fin threw himself onto the couch beside me and tugged me into him, like he wanted to reassure me that I was enough for him. It was kind of sweet, in a territorial testosterone overload kind of way. Helix gentled his tone and that grated on me even more than the point blank delivery. It won't work. There can't be any variables, and your power has too many variables to it. It might work if we had the time and a safety bubble, but we aren't fortunate to have those things right now. I glanced up at Fin. Well, I guess you get your way after all. But if you do anything stupid, I will kill you. Noted, Fin said, tenderness lining his eyes as he stared down at me. I dragged my gaze away, before I did something idiotic like kiss him. Helix cleared his throat. So what happens now? I asked Helix. Now you wait here, and I bring the official contract with me, along with Melinda. She will have to sign for her half of it, of course. Other than that, there will be no further contact with her, or I terminate the contract and you two can find yourself someone else. I get it. If you need to return again with a real contract, what is that? I pointed to the table, and the single sheet of paper he'd brought out. He placed a fountain pen on top, and slid it across the table. This is a contract that ensures you won't try to harm Melinda in any way while she's here. I looked at Fin as I pulled the paper closer. Does that really work? Yes, our magic will ensure it. We'll be incapable of harming her. I read the text and then pushed it back. Nope, not signing it unless it states she won't harm us in return. Otherwise, she could come in here, open fire, and we'd be powerless to stop her. Helix took the paper, waved his hand over it, then gave it back. Acceptable now. I noted that it didn't have any provision for Helix trying to hurt us, but I suspected if he wanted that, we'd be dead already. He seemed like the type to kill them fast and bury the bodies where no one would ever find them. We both signed and I shoved the paper toward him. There. We've jumped through your hoops. Now get her here. Chapter 13. Helix blinked out of existence. I stared at the spot he'd previously been occupying and turned to Fin. That was so cool. Can you do that? He frowned severely at the spot. No, I can't. I didn't know Phi could do things like that. Why don't I have teleporting abilities? He shook his head, but a small smile played on his lips. You might when you're older. It takes time to grow into special abilities. I made a face at him, but settled back onto the couch to wait. I wonder how long it'll take him to come back. Fin shrugged. It depends on whether he can teleport others with him. If so, I suspect fast. If not, then as long as it takes for them to drive from where the woman is hiding out. What other little tricks did Helix have up his sleeve? Since the moment we met, I knew we'd need to keep an eye on him, but with this new little nugget of info we'd need to be extra wary. If he could teleport himself or anyone else anywhere, it meant he would be a hard man to escape if necessary. Fin sat beside me, tense, his hands fisted on his knee, his entire body rigid with tension. Hell, he might be meeting the sister he'd been searching for. I grabbed his hand and squeezed it. Nothing else needed to be said. A knock at the door caught both our attention. If he disappeared like that, why? The corner of Fin's lip curled up. The wards. He can't transport into them, but he can transport out. After all, they are meant to keep things away, not contained. I shoved at his shoulder. Go open the door for him. Fin hopped up and opened the door to usher Helix back inside. But he entered alone. Fin's shoulders dropped as he stared out into the empty hallway, then calmly closed the door. Helix took his seat and produced a contract. Sign first and then she'll be here. When Fin opened his mouth to argue, I pasted my fingers over his lips. We'll sign and get this thing on the road. A sharp pinch hit my middle finger and I jerked away. The bastard bit me. While glaring, he pulled the paperwork toward him, read every single word 2 times and then signed his name on the bottom. I don't appreciate the break in protocol having me sign this first, he said. Helix grabbed the contract and set it back on his side of the table. Your notes on my customer service are appreciated. Wait 1 minute and I'll return with her. He disappeared again. I gripped Fin's hand tighter. There was nothing that could prepare him for a moment like this. Years he'd been searching for her and not finding her, and she was just about to walk in our front door. Hopefully. I was only 85% certain Melinda was Saul. It wasn't as if I'd had any real interactions with the woman. Would Fin recognize her? It had been a long time since they'd been in each other's presence. Do you want to talk about it? I asked, trying to ease the tension in him to stop the ache I could feel through our bond. He shook his head. I can't. Not right now. But I will one day. A familiar knock came a few moments later and we both froze. My heart beat harder from sheer nerves. I wanted this for him. I wanted him to have some piece of his family back. Another knock sounded as we sat there staring at the door. I tugged him to his feet and led him to the door. Come on, no matter what happens next, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. He gave me a clipped nod and I opened the door. On the other side stood Helix and the woman I knew as Melinda. She wore her short black hair in a braid with a tail that curled around the side of her neck. No sunglasses. Tonight she dressed down in jeans, a blue t-shirt and a leather jacket. I waved them both inside, nudging Fin a little behind me, his hand still clutched in mine. Helix entered first, his posture and level of alertness double what it had been before. We didn't suddenly set up rocket launchers in the 5 minutes you've been gone, I said. He cut me a glare, but I turned to Melinda. It's nice to see you again. Thank you for changing your mind. Her eyes were on Fin, whose hand had gone slack in mine. Saul, he breathed. She stiffened as if he'd struck her. I go by Melinda now. Fin dropped to his knees in front of her, his hand dragged from mine. I can't believe you're here. I placed my hands on his shoulders, trying to lend him some of my strength. All the while, a chaos of emotion beat at the bond within my chest. I could barely breathe around the onslaught. Tears pooled at the corner of my eyes at the intensity, the pain, so I glared at the ceiling until they cleared. When she spoke again, her voice had thawed, but only a tiny bit. I came here to conduct business. Let's get on with it, please. She turned and joined Helix on the couch. Fin dragged himself off the floor and slunk behind me over to the couches, each step jarring me too, as if we were connected through his pain and heavy confusion. We took our seats, and I kept half my attention on Fin and half on the pair on the other side of the table. This is awkward, I said, trying to break the tension. Helix chuckled and earned himself a glare from Melinda. Fin shifted forward on the couch and my heart broke at the look in his eyes. Saul, Melinda, what happened to you? Where have you been? If you weren't being held captive, why didn't you come home? Her glare could cut ice. Home. Where it's so very safe. I'm not the only one who was captured or killed there, am I? His back went rigid and I rubbed my hand up his spine trying to ease him, knowing I couldn't do a damn thing to help with his pain. I don't know what to say except I'm sorry, Fin whispered. I'm so sorry I didn't protect you. He hung his head and stupid tears leaked down my cheeks. I forced myself not to swipe them away in anger. They were partly for him, and everything he had endured during Soul's absence. Both of them had suffered, and both of them seemed to blame Fin for that suffering when they should be putting that blame on Esteban's crazy-ass shoulders. How about we put a pause on this discussion and take care of what we came here to do? Afterward, maybe you guys can hug it out, I said, looking to Helix for support. His jaw was set as tight as Fin's. The seconds of silence stretched, and I itched with a need to move or to speak. I waited, hoping one of them might say something useful. When no one did, I shoved off the couch and poured myself a drink. If no one was going to talk or act like adults, then I wasn't going to endure the emotional duress sober. You're drinking? Melinda asked after my first sip of straight vodka, her tone bordering between horrified and stupefied. Yup, I said, taking another sip. At least until we get on with things. I don't know if you two are mated or not, but with Fin and my bond, I've started feeling all the things he feels. I took another long draw of the clear liquid. And as you can imagine, that's super fun right now. She didn't offer anything by way of explanation for Helix and their association. They appeared close, but there wasn't the same overt sexual tension Fin and I shared when we got within 2 feet of each other. Maybe I'd read their situation wrong. Whatever their relationship, Helix cared for her. I took another drink and wandered back to my spot beside Fin on the couch. I nudged the contract toward her. You're the one who came to us this time. While I appreciate how difficult that was and the sacrifice you are making to help us, we can at least get things rolling by signing the contract. She picked up the pen. Of course. You're right. With a flourish she signed, folded up the paper, and handed it to Helix along with the pen. I glanced between them. What now? Does it happen automatically, or? Fin spoke, seeming to shake his attention back to me. No, it involves an exchange of power by touching or something similar. How do you not know about magical contracts? Melinda asked me. I can see magic pooling around you like a crack in the pavement. I'm a late bloomer, I guess. It's a long story, really. Maybe I'll share it sometime if I'm alive in a few weeks. She flinched, but I didn't have it in me to feel bad, especially with Fin's anguish pouring through me like a thick black sludge. We sat in silence, queuing up questions in our minds that no one would risk asking. Finally, Fin asked, What happened to you? Before or after he took me? Melinda whispered. A fissure of pain shot through me. I rubbed at my chest and sipped my drink, wondering if I'd ever be able to turn this connection off. He took me and forced me to use my magic to help him trap others and steal their power. He used me, draining me every day to further his own goals. Then one day I pretended to be tapped when I wasn't and escaped. I spent what felt like ages running from place to place, hiding and trying to survive. And then I slowly worked myself up to use my abilities in the night market, and by word of mouth, my business grew. Since then, I've stayed under the radar and off the grid. Helix is the only one who ever knows where I am at any given time. He's my best friend and protector. She slid her gaze to mine. Not my mate. Her eyes glowed the same blue as her brother's did when he became emotional. What do you want me to say? My temper flared. I asked you for help and you used it as a way to come here and berate Fin, for what? Letting Esteban have you? Because he didn't. If you came here to take care of business, then let's do that. But if you came here for some kind of revenge, get it over with. Zoey. Fin said my name with a snap. I glared his way, and clunked my glass onto the coffee table. Do not speak to me that way, or we are going to have bigger problems than we already do. You don't need to defend me. I waved at Melinda. Well, you're sure as shit not doing it for yourself. I thought I'd lend a hand. If she blames you for what she endured, then someone needs to correct things. Let me handle this, he said. Fine. Fuck him, and his ridiculous honor. I sat back, sipped my drink, and stared out at the skyline. There are things you're entitled to since our parents' passing, Fin said to Melinda. Land, money, many possessions in the house. It's yours to take and do with what you will. She crossed her arms under her breasts and shook her head. I don't want anything from you. I thought I made it clear I don't need anything. I'm only here for the same reason you two are, revenge. I'm tired of being scared all the time. Revenge was something I could understand, and even support. Then do the magic transfer thingy, so we can get on with our plan and get out of your life, if that's where you want us. I couldn't explain my hostile attitude toward her, but hated what this little meeting was doing to Fin. She leaned forward over the coffee table. Do you know how this works? She asked him. He angled to face her and nodded once, solemnly. I wished I could be the one to do the magical transfer, so he wouldn't have to endure another second in this room. I tensed when she reached across the table, her palms upward. When their hands met, I rocked back into the couch, scrambling to find an anchor in the chaos. The pain was like a sharp spike jabbing me in the chest, sucking the important bits out of me, until finally the torture ended. Fin lay hunched over, and Melinda shook, vibrating with power next to Helix. She met my eyes. I won't let you down. They disappeared in a flash of light. I had to swim through the waves of the pain back to myself, long enough to try and block what shot down the bond from his limp body. I checked his pulse first and sighed in relief to find it solid and strong. The least they could have done is help me carry you into the bedroom. I came around to try and get him over my shoulder in a fireman's carry, but I couldn't manage it from his awkward position on the couch, and my head spinning from his reaction to the power drain. After several tries, I gave up and shifted his long legs up onto the couch. I squeezed between the cushions and his body to curl against his arm. In these situations, it helped being compact size. I lay my head on his chest and breathed in time with his steady heartbeat. If he didn't wake up, Helix and Melinda were going to learn why those I hunted feared me so much. And why Esteban should as well. Chapter 14. I woke stiff and aching, curled face first into the couch cushions, Fin's hard body caging me in on the other side. It took some maneuvering to throw my leg over the back of the couch and lift myself up and over to head to the bathroom. After a quick shower and clean up, I came back out to the living room to find Fin still sleeping. My stomach let out a long rumbling growl, so I decided to make breakfast. While I waited for him to wake up, I considered how intense the feelings were that I felt down this bond of ours. I suspected he tried to block the connection between us last night to save me from feeling how bad it was for him, but the pain of his magic being ripped away was too much for him to maintain the wall. I pulled out some eggs and cracked them in a pan with some onions and cheese. Once I had a plate full of fluffy scrambled eggs, I practically shoved my face in them to eat as fast as possible. It was like I hadn't eaten in a week. Must be something to do with the magic. I hated how much I still didn't know about everything. When I finished the entire plate of eggs and sipped a cup of coffee, I made another plate for Fin. He'd need his strength. It had been a rough couple of weeks for him physically. With a fresh cup of coffee and a plate of eggs and toast, I nudged him awake. He blinked his eyes open, the blue glow usually around his irises dulled to a soft sky blue. I smiled down at him and he let out a long groan. I tucked his hair away from his face. Are you all right? Is there something I can do to help make you more comfortable? He shook his head and pulled the blanket higher up his chest. No, I just need to rest while everything recharges. It'll come back in a few days. Promise. I lay my hand on his chest and focused my own ebbing and flowing power to heal him. The magic spread out under my touch but didn't seem to help him. He pried my hands off him. It won't work, but thank you for trying. I twisted around to grab the food and sat the plate on my lap to feed him. When he allowed me to, his eyes closed and his head supported on the arm of the couch, I melted a little bit more for him. How do you feel? He asked between bites. Fine, I think. I woke up a little stiff, but that was from sleeping on the couch. I can feel your pain, but it's not affecting me like it is you. He popped an eye open to study me. My apologies for that. I tried to block it the best I could, but I don't think I remember much after that first initial pull. I fed him some more food. Do you want to talk about what happened with Melinda? Not right this moment. More toast, please. Lifting the toast to his lips, I glared even though he couldn't see me. Demanding, aren't you? Men are such babies when they're sick. I'm not sick, I'm incapacitated. A little faster, I fed him the rest of the breakfast and helped him into the shower. Then I dried and brushed his hair and tucked him into bed. Before I could escape back to the living room, he dragged me under the covers with him. We lay facing each other, noses close to touching. It felt good to see him this way, disarmed. Almost. Are you really okay? I asked. He nodded, his cheek rubbing along the back of his hand which he tucked under there for support. I'm fine. I'll be back to usual in a few days. I ran my fingers through the damp hair at his temples, pushing it away from his forehead. I think you're really brave for doing that. You were going to do it, if they'd let you. Well, yes, but I was still scared as shit about it. While we're sharing our feelings, you want to tell me the secret you're still holding? He dropped his eyes away from mine. I can't. I'm giving you a free pass right now just because you're a bit broken, but I won't accept a non-answer forever. Do you want to tell me about this whole bond thing, so I can understand what to expect as we proceed? He traced his thumb over my cheekbone and across my ear. In a minute. I want to touch you while you're being nice to me. I shouldn't take offense to that statement, and yet, it felt like a flick to the heart. I'm always nice to you. Shall I use a different adjective? Sweet then. While you're being sweet to me. Don't get used to it. It'll only last until you're back on your feet. You pretend not to care about anything, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. And yet, your heart bleeds for anyone and everyone. I can see it. I can feel it through the bond. You can't hide from me anymore, Zoey. I froze. It wasn't a secret I had a soft spot for people sometimes, but I tried to ensure the people in my life never witnessed it. Fin seeing inside me somehow felt like a blessing and a curse at once. He knew the deepest, darkest things I tried to hide away, but also the light too. The thought of having one person I didn't need to pretend with terrified me as much as it soothed me. I was never trying to hide, I said. More like obfuscate. Caring about people puts those people in my enemy's crosshairs. We saw it with the captain firsthand. Showing the world how much you love someone can get them used against you. I don't want to do that to anyone I care about. So you pretend to have no one and feel nothing. That's not a way to live. I nudged the bottom of his chin. Says the man who hid out in his mansion for years. Isn't that the same thing, just a little more external? That may be true, but I've since realized it was a mistake. If I'd come after Esteban sooner, maybe I would have found you sooner and we'd have had more time. I laughed. We've got plenty of time. Once we turn Esteban's head into a lawn ornament, we'll have all the time in the world. He dragged me into him by the back of the neck, pressing our foreheads together. I love your positively macabre mind. He shifted to meet my eyes, our heads still together. I love you, Zoey. My mouth dropped open like a fish as warmth darted into my chest, spreading tendrils through me at the tenderness in his tone. I loved him more than anything, but I couldn't say it back to him, not right now, not with secrets still between us. He smiled at me. It's okay. I understand you can't say it. I feel it though. Your heart is so much bigger than you want the world to see, but I do. I see it. Well, keep that to yourself. As far as the world is concerned, I'm a mouthy bitch with a death wish, and that's the way I want to keep it. He laughed, the air brushing my lips. They won't hear it from me. In fact, I'll do what I can to propagate that image. It might help my reputation to have a bloodthirsty mate who takes no shit. That won't affect your fragile masculinity? I teased. Another laugh. My fragile masculinity was shattered the day I met you. It's been rebuilt out of steel and it's pretty solid. And it's here for you to lean on when you need it. We lapsed into silence, just lying there, sharing breaths. It occurred to me that this was what life was supposed to be. Lovemaking, breakfast, caresses. Not blood and gore and mortal enemies. Why did I always end up with a mortal enemies side of existence? With this glimpse, I wanted the other half. The soft one with creamy sheets and coffee on the balcony. No knives, no weapons, no danger. Fuck. When had I gone so soft? Fin caressed my cheek. What is it? You went rigid there all of a sudden. Maybe the magic exchange or the bond is affecting me. It's like I have this craving for safety, for domesticity. I don't actually enjoy gutting people, believe it or not. It just hit me all at once. The chief always made me feel that way, safe. But now, in this world of magic, he can't anymore. Fin tucked me against his chest, wrapping his body around mine in a warm, naked embrace. But it wasn't about sex, it was an offer of comfort, of the safety I longed for. This may be hard to believe, Zoey, since you've been in so much danger since we met, but I want to be the person to give that to you. As my mate, it's my responsibility to make you feel loved and secure, whole and content. And after we get rid of Esteban, I intend to spend every day I have left with you doing just that. I pulled back enough so I could meet his eyes. And what about me? What am I supposed to bring to the mating side of the table? How does this all work? I feel lost without the details. I'm sorry. I didn't want to keep things from you, but I also fear telling you everything, because I don't want you to run away. To denounce our bond and leave me. Why would I leave you? I asked. You're as stubborn as me, and I often want to pummel you, but I don't want to leave you. Zoey, he whispered. Since the first day we met, you've been trying to leave me. Several times you did, and I barely kept myself together each and every time. I was very good at finding excuses to walk away when it was convenient for me. Maybe some part of me knew that walking away from you would be the most painful way to hurt you. The same way keeping things from me is the most painful way to hurt me. I snorted. It seems even our brains are attuned to one another. What if I promise not to walk away again? Not unless it's the only way to save your life. No, even then it's unacceptable to me. I can't even think about it without seeing red. Fine. I promise not to leave you again. Period. But I reserve the right for short breaks from your presence if you piss me off enough that I might maim or dismember you. He laughed again. I think I can live with that. And I promise to no longer hide anything from you, except the one secret which I can't reveal yet. But I promise to when the time is right. But I just told you I won't leave, so why wouldn't you share it? It's not like doing so will drive me right out the door into the night. Gently he shook his head, his eyes full of regret. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it to hurt you. It's not only my secret to tell, and it will affect everything from the moment it's uttered. Can you trust me enough to wait a little longer? Damn it. When he put it that way, how could I demand he tell me? I still hate the thought of a secret existing, but I'll give you some time until you tell me. But you will tell me. Right? No fi tricks where you reveal it on our 100th anniversary. No, I swear I'll tell you at the soonest opportunity. Fine, if you won't tell me your big bad secret, I grumbled. Now tell me about mates. He gently rolled me to face away, so he could spoon himself against my back. His lips pressed to the curve of my neck. Mating for fi isn't the same as other creatures. Even humans have their own forms of mating, but for fi it's about two people becoming one very best version of themselves. Are there matings with more than two people? He ran his lips up to my ears. There are matings with any combination of people. The gods decide and Fi don't ask questions. I ignored the not-so-subtle suggestion. What else? He nipped my earlobe, shooting sparks through my body in a warm wave. Mates start to feel each other's emotions, then eventually they share thoughts as well. I froze. That's why you didn't want to tell me we were mates. You know how I feel about people being inside my head. You thought I'd run because of that fact alone. He nodded against the back of my head. Yes. I tried to roll over so I could meet his eyes, but he held me too tightly. No, Zoey, I can't look at your face when I say these things in case I see inside you that need to run again. Every single time, it's a knife to the heart. There's a huge difference in sharing thoughts and imposing your will over someone mentally. I don't care about sharing my thoughts with you anymore, not when you basically know everything about me, including how much of my emotions I really keep locked away. His voice hitched. You really mean that? You don't care? If you try to do a mind-reading thing while we are fighting or something, I might punch you, but as long as you accept the danger, then no, I don't care. Not the same way I did when we barely knew each other. He let out a long, shuddering breath, and it hurt to think how much he'd been scared of telling me all this. Will it make you feel better to know that with our mating, my magic won't work the same way on you? I doubt I could overtake your mind now. We can share power reserves through the bond too. Even with my mage powers? He shrugged. I don't know. It might be necessary to do some experimentation. What else do I need to know? I asked, rubbing his arm locked around my waist. Fi mate for life, and once the bonding is sealed, nothing will break it save death, he said. The Fi version of death do us part. Was I ready for it? The thought hit me, without any hesitation. Yes. Fin is mine. Chapter 15. It took another 2 days before Fin started feeling better magically. I monitored him through the bond, noting the tension easing more and more as his magic returned to him. On the 3rd day, I did some training exercises, stretching and working my muscles in a way I'd been neglecting. I was tired of getting my butt kicked by random goons, and I wasn't going to let it happen anymore. After I finished, and I lay on the living room floor in my leggings and sports bra, Fin entered to tower over me. I stared at his bare feet and trailed my gaze up his jean-clad legs to the t-shirt molding across his chest and shoulders. When I finally reached his eyes, he gave me a knowing look. Keep staring like that, and I'm going to rip all the clothes from your body and do disreputable things to you. I gasped. Disreputable things. Oh my. The disreputable things are my favorite kind. He hauled me to my feet, my sore muscles screaming. Let's get you in the shower and clean up. It'll help ease the ache. He herded me into the shower, helped strip off my bra and pants, then nudged me under the hot spray. I relaxed, letting the hot water pour over me and working out some of the knots and kinks I'd gained between disuse and today's overuse of my muscles. Fin stood with his back against the wall on the other side of the glass, watching me with a hungry gaze. I turned to face him as I rinsed my hair, daring him to join me. He simply watched every motion I made until I flipped off the water. Then he was there with a towel ready to buff me dry with brisk strokes. After I sat on the bed naked, and he massaged the water out of my hair, he braided the strands. I found myself a puddle of goo under his attention. He was so thorough, and so gentle, even as every little press of his fingers ignited a firestorm under the tranquility. I leaned back into him. A girl could get used to this. I hope you do. I plan to spend a long time pampering you. It'll be my absolute pleasure to take care of you if you'll let me, he whispered in my ear. But there's something we need to talk about. I let him cradle me into his lap and curled up against his chest. We need to talk about cementing the bond and whether or not it's something you want to do. I blinked my eyes open to look up at his serious face. What does it mean, or what do we have to do? He hesitated to speak, and I cupped his cheeks in my palms. I'm not going anywhere. I told you that. If it's not something I can do right now, doesn't mean it won't be later. Tell me about it, and I can make the choice. I'd already made my decision, but it helped to know the particulars involved with the actual process. Magic was most certainly involved, and we both knew I wasn't exactly top of the class. It's intimate, he said. I gestured at my naked body draped across his lap. More than this. I'm not afraid to get intimate with you, Fin. In fact, I hope we do way more once things settle down. You mean once we kill an evil mage, and don't have to keep one eye over our shoulder around every turn? I nodded with a smile. Exactly. What the hell are we going to do with ourselves afterward? I can't imagine what life looks like on the other side. He tipped my chin up to meet my gaze. There's an intimacy to the moment. We'll become one and say words that will join our hearts and our magic. Should I be concerned about that? I'm not. I don't think we could have bonded in the first place if we weren't compatible in every way. At least one of us felt confident about it. The niggling worries in the back of my mind about our bonding surged up, pressing forward. He crashed his mouth down on mine, and everything went blissfully blank under the warm pressure of his lips. I moaned, opening to him, curling my fingers around the back of his neck. When he pulled away, I whimpered, chasing his mouth as he retreated. Hey. I grumbled. Soon. I saw fear rising up in you, and I wanted to shut it down before you let it grow. Now where was I? I wiggled in his lap. Intimacy and joining, I think. Behave. Let me explain it all and then we can play. The way he said play, all deep and lush, sent sparks through me until I felt breathless. Fine. Talk. But I can't guarantee how long I'll be able to sit on your lap, naked, and behave myself. His lips curled up in a smile. I better talk quickly then. First, we'll get naked. I traced his jawline with my mouth. I'm on board so far. Then we'll become one. Nipping him with my teeth, I continued my exploration down to his neck. Still with you. We'll say words of commitment to one another, and then. He trailed off, going rigid as I sucked the skin at the hollow of his throat. Then, he said, we join our magic and it'll be done. Finally, I stopped teasing him. That doesn't sound so bad to me. It won't be if you let me lead you through it. I pulled away from him with a frown. What's that supposed to mean? With a smile on his lips, he leaned down and brushed my mouth with his. It means you have a habit of trying to take over unfamiliar situations to make yourself feel more in control. Let me lead and we'll get to the other side. He didn't have to call me out on it so blatantly, while we were kind of having a moment, but I could see why he might want to stipulate those terms. In some cases, I had a habit of running through things like a freight train. When I nodded, he gripped me tight around the waist, lowered me back onto the soft bedding and climbed off the bed. At my look of pouting disappointment, he winked and stripped his shirt over his head. He shoved his pants and underwear off at his feet, then stalked from the pile of clothing to the bedside and climbed up between my thighs. I opened for him without conscious thought. Something shifted on his face. He was no longer the gentle lover but the claiming prince ready for his bride. While my feminism wanted to batter the walls of my mind, my body yielded completely, reaching out to him, dragging him into the cradle of my thighs as if he were made to be there. Are you sure about this? He whispered against my mouth. I nodded, clutching him around the neck as he settled his weight on top of me. It was great to have him there. He felt heavy, but in a comforting way, a reassuring way. If you keep asking me that, I might break something. I'm here, aren't I? So you are, he said, staring down at me. Don't tease me if you know what's good for you, I said. He nipped my chin with his teeth and rolled his hips against me. I shuddered and clutched his biceps for an anchor in a storm I knew would grow to consume me. If you ask me one more time if I'm sure, I'm going to hurt you. Through gritted teeth he said, if you hurt me, who is going to pleasure you? I can do it myself. It's more fun with you, but I can definitely handle things on my own. He brought his hands up to capture my wrists. I guess it's a good thing I'm not saying a thing except how lovely you are. I smiled and then hissed out a breath as he spread me further. He let me get used to the full feeling of him, let my body ease around his. The urge to move beat at me from both my body and my brain. The hard clench of his jaw and the steel in his eyes as he locked down his control didn't help mine any. I loved nothing more than seeing all the careful control unravel. What next? I asked, and let out a long exhale to gather the frayed ends of my own discipline. Repeat after me, he said, his lips grazing my jaw. From today we are one. I wiggled my hands from his hold, cupped his face, and brought his gaze to mine while I spoke. From today we are one. He swallowed, his breathing coming faster. From this moment you are mine. I matched him, inhale for inhale. From this moment you are mine. From now until forever we are mates, he whispered, his lips so close to mine I could feel his breath in each word. From now until forever we are mates. When he closed his eyes, I followed suit even though I didn't want to lose the beautiful sight of him. I was surrounded by him. His wet mouth on mine, the silky strands of his hair falling around my face. Magic surged between us, and I didn't know if it was his or mine. I simply tried to match it, grasping my power in whatever way I could, and thrusting it between us, offering it up to him to take and do whatever he would with it. He hissed against my lips, but it was too late. The power doubled over between us, rolling and writhing and then resettling. Once it lay around us like a down blanket, I popped my eyes open to look at him. Is it over? He arched his hips into me, surprising me enough to gasp as my body lit up from the inside. It wasn't just the pleasure of him being inside me physically. It was as if his magic, his mind, every part of him surged through me, loved me, pleasured me. I wrapped my fingers into his hair and dragged his mouth to mine for a kiss. Anything to curb the edge of this feeling. Any moment I might shatter, and there was no safety net to catch me. I'll catch you, he whispered, and then he took my mouth hard. His teeth grazed mine as he threaded our tongues together. He let out a growl, drew our mouths apart so he could brace his weight off my chest, and swiveled his hips up. The sensations felt amazing, so much better than before. Like I felt my own pleasure and his, and something else that mixed the two between us. This was a joining of our hearts, our souls. I slid my fingers down to his chest, loving the silken feel of his skin under my hands. Once we stopped moving, the kiss ended, our ragged panting the only sounds in the room. I stared up into his eyes, then reached out with my senses, tracking my magic from my own body to his and back again. I felt the familiar pull of him too, inside me, but found new magic. Bright shining liquid stuff like a pool of mercury in my gut, I could sift through my fingers. I realized two things at once. First, Fin had a depth of power I couldn't even begin to understand. He'd been deliberately keeping it tamped down. Not to hide it, but to limit the effects he had on people. He could turn them into walking zombies without a second thought. It hit me all over again how he could have used me for his own ends and cast me away. Next, our magic complemented each other. His was liquid and smooth, honed and ready for battle at a moment's notice. Mine was silken black smoke, thick and hard to grasp yet strong all the same. I popped my eyes open to find him staring down at me. How do you feel? He asked. It took me a moment to clear my throat and find words. I'm not entirely sure. I understand and know what we just did, and yet when I reach for the magic it feels almost unwieldy. I'm not sure what to do with mine around yours. You don't separate them. From the moment we said the words, our magic became one. He deliberately taken my mage magic into himself when he accepted me. I cupped his cheeks and stared into his beautiful eyes. He'd taken the darkness into his light, and he still looked at me like I was the most precious thing in the world to him. Thank you, I said. And I meant it. for the gift he'd given me, and the way he'd loved me in so many ways I hadn't noticed since we met. He opened his mouth to respond, and my phone let out a sharp ding beside the bed. I'd set the text tone when I added his number to my phone, so I didn't need to look at the contact name. Helix was ready for us. Chapter 16. Fin didn't even ask who texted. It was like the second I realized who was on the other end of the line, he did too. But I couldn't think about that fact too much or I'd get bogged down in the whole mind-sharing aspect and likely do something stupid. Fin eased out of me, left the room, and returned with a warm wet towel to clean me up. The look in his eyes as he did so made me shiver. It was proprietary. As if he couldn't wait to come back and finish what he'd started. We dressed and then I checked the message. No doubt Helix had some shady place for us to go, another hoop to jump through as if we were trained circus animals there for his amusement. Strangely, a lot of our interactions made me feel that way. But under it all, I could tell he genuinely felt protective over Melinda, so I couldn't completely hate the man. His text was simple, go to the house. I assumed he meant the townhouse where I'd first met Melinda. We loaded ourselves up with easy-to-carry weapons, jackets to conceal what we could, and headed out. I kept waiting for things to get awkward, for something to feel off between Fin and me since the bond sealing. But every movement he made, every word he uttered, even him opening my door for me, felt perfectly natural. As if the sealed bond meant something inside me had finally clicked into place, and this is where we were meant to be all along. Stop worrying, he told me, climbing into the driver's seat. We crossed town as dusk fell. I hadn't even realized how much of the day we'd lost. I checked the magic inside me, feeling Fin's magic rise under my call the same way mine did. At least I could see his magic had returned. There didn't seem to be any lasting effects from Melinda's battery drain on him. Helix held the door open as we parked in front of the house. The same sort of bubble slid over our skin as we crossed the sidewalk to bound up the stairs. This time, the barrier let Fin enter instead of shoving him away. On the other side, he looked back at it, and I knew he marveled at the construction. It wasn't like reading each other's thoughts but feeling the same thing he felt. Reading emotions on an ultra-detailed level. It sucks in the power of those who try to enter and uses it to keep them out, he whispered to me. Cool, I said, deadpan, but gave him a smile. I'd attached myself for life to an uber nerd, which should have been glaringly obvious by the size of his library back at his mansion. I shoved the thoughts of our previous headquarters away. It wouldn't do well to think about the captain right now, when we needed all our focus. Fin grabbed my hand and squeezed, thanking me for remembering his friend, for appreciating him in the end. We entered the house and Helix closed and locked the door behind us. I gaped at the sheer number of locks down the doorframe. Helix shrugged. I believe you should use the tools that require the least amount of effort first. Then move up from there. If any of these locks buy us more time, then it was worth it. I couldn't help but smile at him. You don't have to justify your choices to me. I understand how much you want to keep your friends safe. With a nod, he marched around us in his stupidly expensive suit and led us into the drawing room. Melinda sat in an armchair, a black kimono wrapping her slight form in glistening silk. The flickering light from the fireplace caught the folds of her robe, reminding me of the mercury of Fin's magic in my grasp. We took seats on the couch opposite her, and Helix stood vigil at the back of her chair like he had before. I noticed more now how he was attuned to her every twitch. It only made me more curious about their relationship. Fin nudged my arm, clearly saying, none of your business. I gave him a sheepish grin and focused on Melinda. While still incredibly beautiful, she had dark circles under her eyes tonight. You called us here, I said gently. What did you need? Are you finished? She waved at Helix, who crossed to the bar and handed Fin and I each a whiskey on ice. Melinda raised her glass. To your bonding. I see you've sealed it. We weren't going to go into how creepy it was that she noticed it, or maybe, the answer filtered into my head. Fi could see the entwining of our magic around us, like a brand easily identifiable. It would fade as we settled into it, but for now it shone bright and strong, a symbol of our new union. Still creeped me out though, especially given the intimacy of the ceremony and what we shared in those precious moments together. "Thank you," Fin said for both of us as my mind wandered. I needed to get used to this thing between us. The knowledge that slipped into my head distracted me. I let her sip her toast, and then took a polite drink myself before placing the glass on a coaster on the coffee table. If we had to do magic, or fight anytime soon, I wanted to be at full capacity. She sighed and finished her drink. Helix took the empty glass away, and returned to place his hands on the back of her chair again, like a castle gargoyle on duty. "Tell me what you know about metal magic," Melinda said. I glanced at Fin, who gave me a tiny nod to go ahead. "Well, I know that some metalsmiths can imbue metal with magic, hold it and keep it there to be used later, or by someone in particular." She nodded. "Also, some metal is better suited for magic than others. The ones that go well with magic are more expensive and harder to get a hold of. There is a balance between hard metals and soft metals. Soft metals are better for magic, but they are also easier to scratch, bend, and break, so to make things like weapons, there has to be a certain amount of magical binder." "You know more than I thought," she said, sounding impressed. To be fair, I'd been doing a lot of research lately on magical metalsmithing. "Most of us, metal workers that is, start with jewelry," she said. "Watches and little things to begin, as we get to know what form our magic will take. It's rare to find a metal worker who can do everything required to complete a project. Often, it takes several workers with varied gifts to finish one item. Many of my kind work in teams to produce their artifacts." I nodded. "Let me guess. You aren't one of those." Her jaw tightened as she glanced away. "No, I'm not. Sometimes I wonder what my life would have been like if I had been. Safer, probably. As you can guess, my abilities are highly sought after. Most of those with whole abilities die young, trying to flee others who wish to capture them, or under the strain of their own power as they try to do too much with too little source magic." Fin's knowledge hit me again. The source magic being the well of someone's power. Most Fi only had so much of it, and what Melinda did required more than she had access to herself. I understand better now why you needed magical amplification from Fin. So what now? Were you able to negate the knife? She shook her head, and my heart sank like a rock tossed off the edge of a cliff. "Don't misunderstand me," she said. "I have only tried the bare minimum, to get a feel of what would be required. I need to explain some things about it first." Fin squeezed my hand, no doubt sensing the turmoil swinging like a pendulum inside my gut. "Okay, shoot. As you know or may have figured out, the Black Mage held me captive for some time. He used my power to bolster him in any way he could figure out, and left me used up and drained on a daily basis. I had nothing left to tap into, until the next day, of course." She trailed off, her eyes going hazy as she stared into the fire. Helix closed his hand around her shoulder. She continued. "He held me for a long time. Years." Fin's anguish rose up from inside me, threatening to claw its way out of my body. I gripped his hand tighter in my own, using it to give whatever he needed to fight the roller coaster of emotions. Even though I was perfectly aware of his inner battle, his face remained polite, composed as he listened to Melinda speak. It made me wonder how many of those fights with himself he had where I'd made things worse by throwing his pain back in his face. I didn't let the guilt take hold, focusing on Melinda's next words. "The weapon you're trying to fight is one I made myself." It was like the needle scratch on a turntable. Even the fire seemed to go silent around us. Well, shit. Part of me wanted to hate her for what she'd done, what she'd made for him. But it was impossible to do so when I stared into the naked pain written on her face. She never had a choice. Esteban would have forced her to make the knife and threatened to kill her if she didn't. If anything, maybe that helps since you know what was done to create it. She shook her head, tears pooling on her long dark lashes. I should have died instead of giving him such a weapon. And a few people did die, in the making of it. I feel their souls sometimes, around me, blaming me for being a coward and choosing to live. I nodded. In that situation, sometimes it's not a choice. Our minds are meant to keep us alive. If our will to live is strong, it can overpower reason, love, anything to ensure your heart keeps beating. Don't blame yourself. I've faced him several times and know what he's capable of. It wasn't your fault, none of it. She sniffed and wiped her eyes with her fingers. Thank you for saying that, but decades of guilt can't be negated by a few kind words. I let her have that, even if Fin's acute desire to help his sister beat at me with every breath. Him being here, witnessing the aftermath of Esteban's capture of her, was eating at him from the inside out. He wanted to make it right more than anything in the world. His sense of justice was almost as strong as my stubbornness. She continued, her voice steadier. What you need to know is that when I made the blade, I tied it to me magically, so I'd always be able to eventually cut off its power. I don't have enough magic organically to do it alone, which is why I needed your magic. She nodded at Fin. I glanced between her and Fin. I take it there is a big fat butt coming any second. A short laugh burst out of her. You're correct, Zoey. There is a but. In order to unbind the magic around the knife, I need to tap into it using all the magic I have, and all the magic I was given for the task. This will put me below my source, drifting on magic alone. To be able to return safely, I need an anchor. Fin clenched his hand around mine and I risked a look at him. Even though his face remained perfectly unreadable, everything inside him roiled in fear, confusion, anger, dread. So much so that I had to mentally try to contain it, like throwing a mental fire blanket over the dark mass of his emotions. He flinched and then met my eyes. I nodded and he did the same, telling me he was better now. I focused on Melinda again. So, you need an anchor? What does that mean for us? The knowledge, courtesy of Fin, hit me a split second later. She needed family to anchor her. No one else could be the blood tie she needed to keep herself from floating off into her own magic. By the look on everyone's faces, being an anchor had its own dangers. Before, I might have thrown Fin into the middle of the room and said to get to work. Now I couldn't do that. There was nothing on earth that would compel me to risk his safety if it weren't absolutely necessary. Explain the process, I said, hearing the sharp edge to my tone I didn't mean to include. She shifted on her chair, crossing and uncrossing her legs. We'll cut our hands, creating an anchor of our blood between us. Then once the magic of that settles, I'll be able to use the magic Fin gave me and my own to delve into the connection I forged with the blade and sever the magical signature. What's that mean? Helix spoke up. It's like ripping the stuffing out of a teddy bear. The magic making the weapon will be gone. It'll still be a knife, deadly in its own way, but it won't have the power it did. In fact, with it being a softer metal, it will be easily destroyed. I take it by the doom and gloom layered over your voices, that this is a dangerous undertaking for both you and for your anchor. She nodded. If I go too far, I can drag him into the depths of my magic too, leaving us both empty shells. The Black Mage could have done something to protect the weapon in the years since I've made it that might rebound on us. One misstep and I could easily kill us both. Fuck. I glanced at Fin, but he'd already made up his mind to help her, if only to pay back the debt he felt he owed her for not protecting her all these years. His guilt and anger were a bottomless pit. I didn't dare go near it, but I clasped his hand tighter in mine, layering the other on top of them. A surge of warmth and love hit my chest. I had to drag my attention back to Melinda, who stared off into the fire again. Is that it? I asked. Anything else we should know? She shook her head. Fin leaned forward, hand still tucked between mine. I'll do it. Chapter 17. Helix held out his hand to bring Melinda to her feet. She allowed him to lead her from the room, and gestured for us to follow. With Fin's hand still in mine, I went first, Fin trailing behind me until we came to the staircase leading down into the basement. When I hesitated at the top of the stairs, Fin came up against my back. "You don't have to come. You can stay up here while we do this." I knew he wouldn't feel the least bit ashamed of me for balking right now. It gave me the strength to continue. I walked down the stairs, catching up with the pair as they entered a room. This one was lined in brick from floor to ceiling. No carpet, only concrete under our feet. A fire pit sat in the center and I caught the sound of a fan whirring from somewhere, but I didn't see any vents. At my questioning look, Melinda waved at the floor. "It's built to keep the heat from becoming too strong." Even with the fans, the temperature of the room pressed around me, at least 20 degrees hotter than the surrounding hallway. Helix closed the door behind Fin, and we stood near the fire pit until Melinda led us to a smaller area with a wood platform off on the far side of the long room. On it sat several cushions, and Fin maneuvered onto the platform to sit on a cushion as she took her own. Helix stood at the edge of the platform, no doubt attuned to any danger. I matched him on Fin's side. The fact that he wasn't behind me with a knife told me that Melinda must have spoken to him and relayed some level of trust for us. At this point, did any of us have a choice? Melinda produced a knife from somewhere and motioned for Fin to scoot closer to her. They ended up knee to knee. The tension between them was thick. Fin's guilt was a thick sludge in the back of my throat. Her jaw looked so tight it might pop off at any moment. I hoped her feelings about him, however they went, wouldn't interfere with whatever she needed from Fin. If she hurt him, I'd have to kill her and we'd be screwed. She drew the knife across her palm in a line, and then did the same to him. A bright slide of red welled up against his pale skin. Then she pressed their hands together and closed her eyes, taking his other hand in hers. His spine went rigid, at the same time a wall seemed to go up between us. I realized this anchoring caused him pain and he was trying to protect me. Seconds ticked by and I risked glances at Helix, who watched the two of them with an unreadable sort of frown. Fin shuddered, sweat beading on his temples to slide down his cheeks. She looked unfazed by the heat, but she shuddered, her hand flexing around his as if she had to maintain the grip on him for her life. I poked at the wall he built, fascinated by it, until a bright shot of fire lit down my spine. I gasped, doubling over at the pain. If this was just a fraction of what they felt, then he'd done me a kindness by trying to keep me out. But the wall slowly failed, cracks turning into holes, shooting white-hot pain through my senses. I breathed through the pain, crouching down in case I passed out. The agony came in waves, some small, some fast, and they weren't easily predictable, as if whatever caused it wanted to inflict maximum damage. My strength wavered as tears slid down my cheeks. I couldn't go on much longer. How the hell were they still dealing with it? Especially if this was simply a fragment of what he felt right now. I took one step forward. "Stop please, we'll find another way." Neither of them even looked like they heard me. Helix stepped a couple of paces closer to me, watching me warily. I waved him off. "I'm fine. I can just feel it through the bond. It's intense." "It should be over soon," he said. "They need to stop. I can feel it, and neither of them are strong enough to endure this kind of pain. It will kill them." He shook his head. "That's not your choice. They already made theirs. To intervene now would mean disrupting the magic, and probably killing all of us." "Okay, Mr. Doom and Gloom." I glared at him while I tried to breathe through another wave of pain that cut like a sword up the length of my spine from ass to ponytail. I kept my eyes on them, watching, waiting for a gesture or any movement that might indicate Fin wanted to stop. My knees turned to jelly, and I had to fall back on my ass to give myself more stability to get through the onslaught. "How much longer?" I asked Helix. "I don't know. We couldn't exactly practice this part. It will take as long as it takes." Him and his fucking pragmatism were starting to grate on me. Says the man who doesn't have to endure this. He cut me a glance. Who says I can't feel it? Just because you can't see it on my face doesn't mean I don't. It's excruciating. There's no use dwelling since we can do nothing about it. Thank you, Captain fucking obvious. I rolled forward to keep from lying down on the ground and whimpering outright. Each new wave brought a fresh slice of pain along with it, and a few minutes into the ritual I tasted the sharp tang of metal on my tongue. Like blood, but I didn't bite myself, nor were either of them bleeding except on their entwined hands. I didn't trust what I saw, or Helix, standing there watching them like he didn't feel like someone was trying to turn him inside out. Maybe he lied to fuck with me. That thought made me feel better. He felt nothing and lied to get under my skin. On my hands and knees, I crawled toward the platform, intent on making the pain stop. My brain had short-circuited somewhere in the last 60 seconds, and all I wanted was for it to end. One hand in front of the other. One knee shifted forward on the hot floor. So hot under my palms it broke through the haze for a flash of a second. I slid my hand a little closer to the platform, and my legs followed. Nothing else entered my head except 1 little inch closer to making it end, one way or the other. An iron bar wrapped around my waist and lifted me clean off the floor. Helix's arm held me hard, my back against his chest. I kicked and scratched, but it didn't make a difference through his jacket sleeve, and he seemed unfazed by the impact of my feet against his shins. I gripped his thumb and twisted hard enough that he released me with a sharp curse. Once my feet hit the floor, I stumbled forward, trying to get to the platform. He grabbed me again, locking my hands behind my back, his hand around my throat. I don't want to hurt you, Zoey. I'm not trying to, but you can't interrupt or you could get them both killed, he whispered in my ear. I couldn't form words, all that leaked out were whimpers. I know it hurts. Breathe through it. Focus on your breathing and count. It'll help. Also try to keep your shields up. You might be able to block some of it if you push back against it. His words reached me through the pain, and I tried to follow his directions. I shoved back at the pain, corralling it toward Fin and Melinda. Incrementally, some of the searing fire eased, enough that I could think a little bit clearer. You can let go of my neck, I said. But keep hold of my hands. I don't know if I can stay in control. His fingers eased off my neck, nothing but business in his touch. His other hand tightened around my wrists. Some of the fire slipped through the shield I tried to erect between it and me. I gasped, losing my grip inch by inch. Hold it, Helix said in my ear. Don't let it win. A whimper poured out again, and I hated the sound. I especially hated when other people heard me make it. If he ever brought up this moment again after we walked out of this room, I'd maim him. Another wash of fire, and his hold tightened enough to bring a different kind of pain into the mix. I'd take the ache of his bruising grip over the slashes of fire any day, but my body and my mind had reached its limits. My magic surged up inside me. Helix sucked in a sharp breath and released my hands with a shove. All I could feel was the sharp fire bearing down on me, breaking me in a way I didn't understand. Breaking me in a way I needed to protect myself from. I gathered the magic inside me, pooling it at my center, trying to use it to staunch the pain. But my magic didn't do anything against it. I stumbled forward and crashed down on my knees, hitting the hard floor with a crack I felt vibrating in my bones. A dull aching pain radiated up from where I'd fallen, doubling through the pain from the magic. I shoved my magic out of me, pushing it as far and as fast as I could, intent on stopping the assault on my nerve endings. Helix cursed from behind me, taking a step forward and grasped my ankle. I hadn't even realized I'd almost crawled up onto the platform. He tugged me back, but I kicked out. He pulled harder. His strength overpowered my pain-addled brain, and he succeeded in ripping me away from the edge of the wood, my nails leaving scores on the edge. I fought him, until my magic took over, shooting out of me to coat the room in a white glow. The pain shuddered and I got the tiniest flash of peace from it, so I pushed harder, farther, until the pain stopped again, a blink this time. It gave a little more strength to my magic, a little more incentive. The room spun around me, as the magic poured from my body into the room. Then everything went dark. Even the fire banked to nothing on the other end of the room. Helix released me to collapse on my knees, and I lay face first in a heap on the hot floor, my entire body aching. Groans came from the platform, and I moved enough to turn my face to look. Helix scooped Melinda into his arms and cradled her unconscious form on his lap. Fin lay sideways, his hair fanning out toward me. I crawled to reach for him. The bond inside me was dull and quiet, like an empty hole in my chest. A sob threatened to escape as I kept crawling until my fingers brushed the soft tendrils of his hair. He stirred, rolling over onto his stomach to lift up his face, his eyes seeking mine. The sob came out, and this time I didn't stop it. He dragged me forward, so I slid belly first across the hot floor, up over the lip of the platform and into his arms. I'd have bruises from one end of me to the other, but it didn't matter, not with him whole and holding me. Melinda stirred in Helix's grasp as Fin sifted his fingers over my hair. I could only watch as she woke, and then gently shoved off his chest to sit up by herself. When she seemed recovered, her gaze sought mine. "What did you do?" I shook my head. "I'm sorry. I have no idea. Something happened, and I could only think of stopping the pain." She nodded, but the tension in her jaw told me she wanted to berate me for my interference. "I don't know what happened to the knife. Your magic interrupted something, or did something, and there's no way to know what happened without getting a hold of it ourselves." Guilt washed over me. I hadn't been able to control myself, and I may have ruined our one chance at negating Esteban's blade. No doubt he knew something had occurred, and would be trying to fortify against it if we tried again. "It's okay," Fin whispered into my hair, clutching me tighter. "It's my fault. I should have known you would have felt the pain, and tried to intervene. I should have put up a better shield, or maybe kept you out of the room." I snorted, wrapping my arms around his waist. "As if you could keep me out of anywhere I really wanted to be. What do we do now?" Everyone focused on Melinda, who shrugged. "Obviously, we can do nothing right now. My magic is depleted." I reached out to mine and Fin's magic and found it gone too. Helix grumbled from beside Melinda. "Mine is gone as well." He looked at me. "Whatever you did, sucked all the magic from every single one of us." His tone had a bite that said he didn't appreciate being left vulnerable. "I'm sorry. I don't know what I did. Everything in me was focused on stopping the pain at any cost. I didn't even know I could affect someone else's magic." "You can't," Fin said. "It's my magic that can, and since we are bonded, you were able to use it in sort of a brute force way to take everyone else's magic and short-circuit the ritual. That was something to consider later. Right now, we needed a game plan. If I know the Black Mage, and I like to think I've got some kind of handle on the way he thinks," I said, "he'll be tracing the magic we just did back to us." Helix cursed and clutched his head. "The wards are down. All of them. Without my magic, I can't keep them up." Chapter 18. I rolled off Fin's lap and let him help me sit beside him. "We need weapons. I assume you have some kind of armory here?" Melinda waved at Helix. "Show them where it is. Since they got us into this mess, they can help us out of it." On that vote of confidence, I shoved up to my feet, my knees wobbling and aching. I remembered hitting the ground hard enough to crack something. Once we got our magic back online, I'd have to be healed, but for now, I couldn't focus on the dull aches and bruises. I hobbled forward as Helix stood and fixed his jacket. The bastard. He led Fin and me out of the room, and down the hallway to a room on the opposite end. When he flipped on the light, I gasped. It was almost as beautiful as Fin's armory. The difference was, Melinda had likely crafted many of these weapons. They all had slight curves and an elegant design to them, that made me think of the fae in the old fairy tales. "These are beautiful," I whispered, running my thumb down the edge of a short sword. "You keep it all honed and ready?" Helix grunted. "I try to. She makes weapons when she needs to think, and so I end up with hordes of them. Many I've sold over the years to pay for her estates, but these were the ones I couldn't sell or decided to keep for protection. You never know when a stupid mage might shut down my magic." I spun to glare at him, as Fin took a menacing step toward Helix. I waved him off. No, he's right. I shouldn't have stayed in the room, if I couldn't control myself. It was a stupid move. Guilt clawed into my gut with a fresh slice. If I ruined our chances of getting Esteban, I would never forgive myself. A loud crash came from overhead. We all glanced up and Helix bolted for the door. Fin and I strapped weapons to our bodies as Helix charged out of the room. Just as we finished loading up, Melinda rushed into the room, followed closely by Helix. "I've closed the doors on the upper levels. They are steel and the magic is built in, but they won't hold out for long." I waved at Melinda. "Can you fight?" She nodded, but the look on her face said she preferred not to. Helix stripped out of his suit and tie and rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing row after row of tattoos up his forearm. I wanted to ask about them, but now wasn't the time. After he strapped on his own weapons, he pulled Melinda to the side and slung a sword over her back. "Stay by my side at all times, got it?" She nodded, fear bracketing the lines in her eyes. I turned to Fin, who watched them both warily, no doubt trying to figure out their relationship the same way I was. I cupped his cheeks, bringing his attention to me. "Are you all right?" He framed my hands on his face. "Fine. I'm fine." We nodded at each other, all the words we needed to say but didn't have the time for in those small movements. I turned to Helix and Melinda. "Is there an exit out of here?" Helix waved toward the door. "Down the hall, there's a hatch that leads to a tunnel to get out, but it takes time to open since it's as locked as the front doorway." "Any way we can see where the attack is coming from? Where the attackers are?" He shook his head. "We didn't want to install cameras because someone could hack them, and it might create a greater security risk." I sighed and put my hands on my hips, running through scenarios. What are the odds Esteban is out there? And do we think magical goons or the normal flavor? "He's not out there," Melinda said. "I can feel him, and I would know if he stepped foot over my threshold." That was handy, and also probably the result of serious trauma. Okay, that helps since none of us can rely on our magic right now. A crash came from outside the door down the hall. "I think that was the basement door," Helix said. "We need to get out of here before we are trapped away from the exit." We hurried toward the door. Fin took the lead, with me behind him, Melinda behind me, and Helix at the end of our weird little conga line. The lights flickered in the hallway as we exited. "To the left," Helix said. We crept down the hall as another crash echoed down the hallway. The sound of boots rushed down the stairs. Fin broke into a run, the rest of us right on his heels until he reached the hatch in the floor. Helix had said it was bolted up tight, and we didn't have the time to unlock it with goons bearing down on us. Helix took the first goon with a knife to the gut, throwing him into the four more that came down with him. I shoved Melinda behind me for Fin to guard as I launched forward at the next two. It took seconds to bring them down. Melinda's weapons were perfectly weighted and sharp as hell. Helix dispatched the last one. "So non-magical goons then," I said, kicking one of the said goons as I headed back to the door. "But I don't think this is all of them. Seems silly to send so few, and the noise we heard at the doors couldn't just be these guys." As if right on cue, more goons poured down the stairs. "We can't stay here," Melinda said from between the wall and Fin. We hurried to the first open door along the next hallway, shoving Melinda and Fin inside as Helix and I took up sentry outside the doorway. I let out a long exhale, clearing my head from all the fear and worry of the last few hours. Helix led the attack at the next round of bad guys. Maneuvering was difficult in the narrow hallway, and we both had to stick to knives for each strike. Several of the goons fell, but more came down. One of them got past me as I parried a strike from another. "Fin," I shouted. He easily took the goon out and left him in the pile of his friends, prepared for another wave. I couldn't split my attention to him. A red line of fire across my cheek proved my point. I fought the guy off and Helix finished him. We'd been pushed back toward the doorway. If many more of them attacked, we wouldn't be able to hold them off here. I touched my cheek where blood poured out of the cut. It was only an inch away from my eyes. I'd gotten lucky. "We have to move. This spot isn't defensible if they keep pouring men down here," I told Helix. He turned my chin and studied my cheek, which I jerked from his grip with a scowl. "I'm fine. We need a new plan before more guys come down. I don't think we can get that door open before we are attacked again." "You're right." Fin and Melinda poked their head out the door. I waved toward them. "What about that door? Can we hunker down and let them batter themselves out?" Helix shook his head. "I don't know. The point of the layout of this place was to ensure the upper doors closed and gave us enough time to open the hatch and get out." I rushed to the hatch, moving a goon from on top of it. "Let's start it, and if we can keep making progress, then eventually we can get the hell out of here." Helix handed me a set of keys and I glared at him. "Really? Did you really think this through when you set this up?" "Zoey," Fin warned. He was right. Grumbling at Helix and his apparently poor planning on the hatch wasn't going to help. "Match the numbers," Helix said, his tone as sharp as his knives. I recognized that bite as anger toward himself and not me. They'd never had to try their plan, so he didn't realize where the roadblocks might have been. I started on the keys but only got one lock undone before more goons came out of the hallway. I slapped the keys into Fin's hand and rushed forward, grabbing the knives out of the sheaths on my thighs as I went. Helix and I worked together to cut down 3 more guys. They didn't even seem like they were trying. Both Helix and I were good fighters, but this felt too easy. I turned to call out to Fin. The first wave of magic tingled across my senses. "Shit, we need to get into the room and lock the door. The magical goons are coming now." "How do you know?" Helix asked. I headed toward the door with Helix on my heels. "I can feel it. Like a vibration in the air." The vibration grew stronger as I slammed the door and locked it behind me. Leaning against the door, I sighed. Fin stepped forward and rubbed the cut on my cheek. "Are you all right?" I nodded. "Yes. I just hate being trapped like a rat in a cage." He used his shirt to wipe the rest of the blood away, and Melinda passed him a bandage over his shoulder. "You were lucky that guy didn't take out your eye." He spread the bandage over the cut and smoothed the edges while he met my eyes. A world of emotion swam there. Once I would have shied away from the intensity of that look, but now I cupped his cheeks in my hands and kissed him gently, still holding his gaze. We stayed that way a heartbeat longer, feeling each other. Even with the bond dead inside my chest, his skin under mine felt perfect. I knew without a doubt, even if we didn't have this magical guide locking us together, we belonged to each other. It was something I'd likely have to remind myself in the future over and over. For now, it bolstered me just knowing he was here and caring for me, as I did for him. Melinda touched Fin's shoulder, drawing our attention to her. "If he comes, or if it looks like he's going to take me again, I want you to kill me." Helix's head jerked up from where he'd been dabbing at some blood on his side. "What?" She didn't pay him any attention, her eyes locked on Fin's. "You want my forgiveness more than anything. If I get captured, kill me. That's how you can earn it." I opened my mouth to speak, but Fin pressed his hand over my lips. With a glare, I shoved his hand away. "I don't know if I can do that," he told her. She took a step forward, blocking him in against me. "Then find the strength, because I refuse to be a puppet for that monster again." Despite Fin's need for her forgiveness, I knew from somewhere in my chest that if he had to kill his sister, something inside him would die too. I nudged Fin to the side and met her eyes. If he can't do it, I will. She gave me a long appraising look and then nodded. Yes, you look like you could do it. I know what it means to have that man in your head uninvited. I was violated by him. Not in the same way you were, but I understand your need to keep it from happening again. We shared another long look, the pain of our mutual interactions with Esteban swimming between us. Helix came over to drag her away. I didn't agree to this. You don't have to agree to it. I didn't ask you to kill me. We know that it would go against your contract, and I wouldn't do that to you. He gripped her arm tighter, so tight I almost intervened, but she shrugged off his hold. If you die, Helix began. Then your contract is fulfilled, Melinda said dismissively. It was always written that way. I know your concern isn't for me, but for yourself. So, don't worry about that. I shared a look with Fin, trying to figure out what the hell was going on between these two. It also seemed like it probably wasn't my business. We need to figure out how we can get out of here with no one dying, I said. Let's try that first, before we start dividing up who is going to take out who. A scowling Helix took up a place by the door, his usually perfect hair mussed, his collar open, his tattoos a juxtaposition against his tailored clothing and weapons. We need to fight our way back up to the main floor and out the front. Once we get out, then I can get Melinda to safety, and you two can go about whatever it is you do. Your concern is touching, Fin said deadpan. Melinda cut in. You want us separated, so there's no chance one of them does what you can't. Helix charged forward and captured her shoulders. Do you have a death wish? Everything I do is to ensure you stay alive. How is this any different? Fin looked like he wanted to interrupt, but I put my hand on his chest and shook my head. Whatever is happening there is between them, I whispered. Another loud crash came from above. The entire building seemed to shake with an impact. How is it that they are out there attacking, and no one is noticing this much noise or damage? I asked, more to myself than anyone else. Maybe that's the magic you sensed. If they are shielding the building, making it look completely normal, no one would notice or come to help. Well, shit. Not that I expected anyone to rush to my aid. No one ever seemed to do that when I needed them, but it was always nice to have the tiny glimmer of hope. So we fight? I asked, checking the straps on my leg sheaths and dropping the sword off my back. If I couldn't use it, then I didn't need the weight. Fin kissed my cheek and palmed two of his daggers. Damn, I loved a man with knives. We fight. Chapter 19. None of us brought up the fact that our knives were pretty much going to be useless against mages with magic. We braced around the door, ready for the magic to hit, and the door to explode when Melinda whispered, "The cave." Helix glanced at her. What about it? We could hide out there, wait out both the magic and the destruction. No one would be able to get through that door. What's a cave? I asked. Melinda rushed to the back of the room and moved aside a weapon rack to reveal a door. It's where I go when I need to recharge, shut out all magical interference. It's magic-proof. I glanced at Fin. Like the cabin? He shrugged as she shoved the door open and ducked inside the low doorway. The inside was no bigger than a walk-in closet. Pillows dotted the soft carpet, and a small fridge with a glass door sat in the corner filled with water bottles. I forced myself to follow her in. What choice did we have? I moved over to a wall and sat on a pillow, adjusting my knives to lay along the floor parallel to my legs. I don't know how I feel about being trapped in an even smaller space than before. Fin hummed his agreement, sitting behind me to pull me back into his chest. We were both sweaty, but I didn't care. It felt good to have this moment of connection. I lay my head against his collarbones and closed my eyes. I guess it doesn't matter. One tiny trap is the same as any other tiny trap. Fin chuckled and the sound vibrated against my back. So negative. I don't know how I forgot you were such a pessimist. I snorted. You have met me, right? Because I've been a pessimist all my life. Either way, I didn't like our odds, especially if they'd planned this thing in waves with the goons, then the mages. Obviously, it had been a plan, which meant someone out there, and I likely knew who, had been waiting for us to make this move. And we'd walked right into it, leading him straight to Melinda. Damn it, I hated being a pawn. Especially the pawn of an evil mastermind. Fuck, I said, loud enough the word echoed around the small room. They all looked at me. The bastard planned this entire thing. He knew we'd try to find a solution to the knife, likely after he took a shot at Fin, and he knew I'd go for the one person who might be able to help cut it out of the picture. But if this was his plan, why didn't he come to see it through? Fin said. I shrugged. Maybe the ritual you guys performed did something to the knife, or to him, if he'd been wearing it. We can hope, right? Fin sighed, his breath tickling my neck. We aren't that lucky. I elbowed him in the belly. Now who's the pessimist? Settling against him again, I let my mind wander on the problem. If Esteban planned for us to hunt down Melinda for him, it meant he still needed her for something. It also explained why he'd only brought this all-powerful knife out in our last fight, and not the many beforehand. I thought back to our first fight in his mansion, and how Fin and I both almost died in the underground cavern below Esteban's mansion. The place which had felt tainted by all the magic he'd stolen from Fi over the years. I remembered the metal ring set into the floor, the sort of siphon for the magic. Maybe we damaged it somehow? If he no longer had access to unlimited magic, it would explain why he'd been so unhinged in our last fight. I eyed Melinda, who huddled into herself against the wall across the room. She didn't want to talk about what Esteban had used her for, but it might help us understand him and his motives better if we knew. Melinda, I said, keeping my tone gentle. Can I ask you a few questions? It might help us understand Esteban and what we're dealing with here. She glanced over my shoulder at Fin, and then back at me. Fine. Like speaking to a wild animal, I tried to keep my tone mild and soft. What exactly did he use you for? Wrapping her arms tighter around herself, she tucked her chin, staring at her knees before she answered. Anything he could. At first, I expected him to steal my power like he did all the Fi he brought into his house. But then he started using me to make weapons, jewelry, anything he could use to trap more of my kind. I hated doing it, but he made it clear that if I didn't, he'd strip me of my magic and then kill me. Back then, my self-preservation instincts wouldn't let me give up. But that wasn't all he wanted from you, was it? I prompted. She shook her head. After a while, he started wanting bigger magic, things that tapped me out completely. He started bringing in others for me to take their power and use for whatever he needed. It's how I made the knife for him all those years ago. He wanted more weapons like that, but making it almost killed me, and I refused. It was the first time I tested his resolve to kill me, and he balked. What other big magic did you do for him? She looked at me, her eyes filled with self-loathing. A feeling I knew well. He used me to create a vault. A way for him to trap magic in metal, and manipulate it afterward. Making it killed 2 other Fi and almost killed me. After that, I knew I had to get away or I would never walk out of that house. Her gaze shifted over to Fin. I wasn't the only one he wanted. He planned to take you at some point too, but you're too strong for him. He wanted to use your power to control minds to trap more Fi. And once he figured out how to make your power his power, he planned to take everything you had left and kill you. He spoke about it often enough, using his horrible stories to scare me into doing his bidding. After he reminded me over and over how you were the stronger of us, and you should have saved me by now, but chose not to. Fin stiffened behind me, and I wrapped my arm over his around my waist. I've been trying to find you, to save you for decades. I never stopped looking for you. It's how he and I met, actually, I piped in. He came to me because he thought he was out of options. His research into finding you was extensive. I let my brain assimilate this new knowledge. It still didn't explain why the Black Mage was coming so hard at me now, though. I'd never been a part of his evil plan, only Fin and Melinda. I tried to think back to our last fight, but all I saw was the captain's blood, and I blocked the memory again. One day I'd need to go back there, but not yet, and definitely not now. When it came to long-term strategy, I wasn't the best at profiling. Short-term moves were clearer to me, as well as the motivations behind them. The long-term game had always been more of Hawk's purview. He could reason out a long game like a chess grandmaster, a skill I could never quite pick up no matter how many times he tried to teach me. Pounding in the outer room reached us. We all glanced at the door. Helix moved to sit there, his back at the edge of the jam. I sighed and shifted forward, ensuring I had easier access to my weapons. I was hoping we had a little more time before they got through that door. Me too, Melinda whispered, huddled in the farthest corner by the water fridge. If they get into this room though, that means their magic will fail, right? I asked, looking between Helix and Melinda for the answer. Yes. Magic is dead in here. Even if it would give us an advantage, the space was too small for any maneuverability. We can't fight them in here, I said. We have to go out and try to fight in the bigger space. Helix nodded and stood, adjusting his weapons as Fin and I did the same. I pulled my knives and glanced at Melinda. You should stay locked in here. If anything, we can draw them away and you can escape. She glanced at Helix, who gave her a slight nod. Go to the meeting point. If we get separated, wait there. I'll join you when I can. Helix opened the door and the three of us ducked out back into the weapons room. He closed the door behind us. The outer door to the room shook violently. At the same time, I felt the sharp pull of my bond with Fin flutter to life. Zoey, he breathed. Helix was already 2 steps ahead of us, throwing one of his super wards at the door just as it burst apart in a shower of metal. The shards of metal bounced off his invisible barrier and hit the men who'd blown apart the door. That was handy, I said, waiting for the next wave of goons. We braced as 2 more guys stepped into the doorway over their fallen friends. We know you're there. We feel this ward. Let us in, give us the women and we'll leave you alone. They want the women, I said, pulling my magic around me to shield. I'd learned getting gutted hurt like a bitch, and preferred not to go down that way again. If we have to take apart this ward, we will kill anyone keeping us from the women, the man said. He wore black leather from head to toe, and just looked like a stereotypical bad guy. I hated him on principle. And the fact that he kept saying the women, like we'd lost our autonomy along the way, really got my goat. Fin eased his hand down my spine. Calm down. I can feel how much you want to put your knife in that guy. You'll get your chance, but not until it's time. At least he didn't try to step in and take my anger from me. The man appreciated my bloodthirst. I loved that about him. A flicker went through the ward, and Fin and I glanced at Helix. He's using more power than I have to rip it apart. He must be one of Esteban's higher-ups. They're the only ones who he shares power with. We spread out in the room, trying to cover all the angles to ensure no one reached the door where Melinda hid. When the ward fell, the goon took 1 step forward, surveying us. We have no need to fight. Give us the women and we'll go in peace. Before I could think about it, I'd gathered my magic, and Fin's magic. I launched it at the bad guy who wanted the women. He unsheathed his blade and shoved it into his chin. With wide shocked eyes, he sank to his knees and then toppled over to his side, his hand falling away from the weapon as life left him. I startled. Fin and Helix both glanced at me. Sorry, he just really pissed me off. It felt strange to use this weird mix of both mine and Fin's magic. I wondered what mine felt like to him. Another man stepped into the doorway. This one wore jeans and a t-shirt. He was shorter and looked far more unassuming than his friend, but I never went by what people looked like when it came to a fight. "We've come for the women," he began. "I wouldn't start there," Helix said, kicking his friend. This guy made that mistake, and it seemed to make the lady angry. In a surprise twist, the goon locked eyes with me. "Come with me and we won't kill your lovers." I frowned at Helix and Fin. Someone's intel is out of date and so fucking wrong it's disgusting. "No offense," I said to Helix. "None taken. You don't exactly appeal to me either." I nodded. "I get that about you. You seem to want your women more submissive." He grunted, but I wasn't sure if it was agreement or not. "Excuse me," the goon said. "I'll make the offer only once more. Come with me now and bring the other woman and we'll leave these two in peace." I stepped forward in front of Fin. "Why don't I believe you when you say that? The moment we leave with you, you'll have your friends kill mine, thus keeping your word, while erasing the threat that will be hot on your heels the second we are out the door. I may be a woman, but I'm not a fucking idiot." I launched toward him. The little bastard was faster than me, and his magic even quicker. His magic hit me hard, sending me flying back into a weapon shelf, badly enough to leave me in a heap of sharp weapons. Helix and Fin took the man out while I surveyed the damage. My hands were sliced, and despite my magical shield, I had a huge gash at my waist that would need stitches or healing. "Pretty sure killing me probably wasn't on the to-do list," I said, as Fin grabbed me around the wrists to pull me out of the pile of metal. He ran his hands across mine, healing the damage. I sighed as he started on my waist. Several more goons rushed into the room. I picked up one of the knives I'd landed on and used it to take out one of the mages, but as the second one went down, another crowded into the room. Then I heard a shout, and the mass of bad guys turned to face the hallway as if a new threat had emerged. I glanced at Helix and Fin. They both nodded once, preparing for the next wave as we moved bodies to make it easier to fight if needed. But the next voice I heard made me sink down to brace my hands on my knees in relief. "I thought I taught you better than this, Zoey," Hawk said, entering the doorway. "This position isn't exactly defensible." Chapter 20. I was so surprised to see Hawk, even with that smartass remark, that I threw myself into him in a hug. He let out an oof as I made impact with his chest, but he wrapped his arms around me and gave me a squeeze. When he lowered me to my feet again, I stared up at him and shook my head. "Not that I'm not glad to see you, but how did you know where to find me?" "The chief put a tracker on the devices we gave you. We've been watching in case something happened." Right now, I couldn't even be angry about the fact they had me under surveillance. Although later, I'd be having a conversation with the chief. Hawk surveyed the scene and locked eyes with Fin and then Helix. Something seemed to pass between him and Helix, but neither said anything. "They've been coming in waves, so watch your back." Even before I got the words out, more shouts came from the other end of the hallway. Hawk leaned back to peer down the hall and then waved his hand. "The guys have got the rest of this. Let's get you out of here." "Is this everyone?" Helix crossed the room to the door to retrieve Melinda, while Fin and I lined up next to Hawk's hulking frame. When Melinda joined us, Hawk met her eyes and something seemed to pass between them too. I scowled at Fin, who shrugged. We didn't have time to contemplate what that look meant right now. Hawk stepped into the hallway with the confidence of a general leading his army. He held up his hand, keeping us in the room until he gave the signal. Then he stalked forward, crooking his fingers for us to follow. I went first, Fin came behind me, Melinda after him, and Helix at the end of the line. We maneuvered around a lot of dead goons, and I wondered how many Esteban had sent to capture Melinda and me. We followed Hawk up the hallway and into the house. The entire upper level looked like a tornado had swept through. Guilt bubbled up in me, and I considered how much I now owed Melinda. If I hadn't convinced her to help me, she'd be safe and happy in her home. Now she was no longer safe and her house had been destroyed. The guys Hawk had brought with him took out a couple more goons on the upper levels as we made our way out the front door to a waiting SUV. Once inside, Hawk took the driver's seat and we sped away. Melinda sagged against the door, tears spilling down her cheeks. Helix passed her a handkerchief, which she took and then faced away from us as if she didn't want anyone to witness her breakdown. A sentiment I understood well. I shifted on the seat and hissed as my side ached. Fin grabbed me around the waist and hauled me onto his lap, at the same time healing the wound he'd started before. Better. I nodded and wrapped my arms around his neck. It's better. Thank you. Where are we going? I called up at Hawk with my face pressed against Fin's neck. Even sweaty and dust-streaked, touching him felt like a balm to some inner wounds I couldn't see inside myself. The office, Hawk said. What's the office? Melinda asked, sniffling. Helix answered. The bounty hunter headquarters. The tone in his voice made me lift my head and glare at him. Don't tell me you have something against bounty hunters because they just saved our asses. He kept his focus on Melinda. We won't be staying for long. Our own people will be picking us up from there. You're welcome, Hawk said from the front seat. Once we made it to the warehouse which made up the office, we all filed out of the vehicle and into the building. With the late hour, the building was deserted. Thank goodness. I didn't want to face anyone at this homecoming. From the moment I walked in the door, I got a sense of peace, of belonging. Damn. I miss this place so much. I sat on the edge of my old desk, still empty, I noted with satisfaction. Fin took the chair. Melinda and Helix sat in chairs a couple of desks over, seemingly trying to keep distance between them and Hawk. Hawk locked the door and marched across the room to glower down at me. What happened to asking for help when you needed it? I shrugged. To be fair, I didn't know I needed it until I actually did. And you don't have a phone you could have used to call someone? I could deal with Hawk being over-protective and ridiculous. Not so much being logical and calling me on my shit. I didn't think about it at the time. We'd been cut off from our magic and were scrambling. Why? You've had magic for 5 minutes. You've been training without it for years. It shouldn't have mattered to you, or have you forgotten everything you've learned under this roof? Scolding, Hawk sucked even worse. Can you lay off me for a second so we can figure out what the hell we're going to do? He gave me another scowl and dragged me into his arms for a hug. I was worried about you, kid. I rolled my eyes but hugged him back. You can't call me kid. You're only like 10 years older than me. And yet I just did. He released me and looked at my friends. So what did they want? I held up my hands to make air quotes. The women. He gave another scowl, but this one matched my own in solidarity. They said that? I nodded. Before I made him put his knife into his own chin. Yup. Hawk leaned back into the desk opposite him, crossing his arms at his chest. So they are going to keep coming after you. Why? I waved at Melinda. He wants to use her power and he wants me to make some kind of mage hybrid babies or something. I think he's just crazy and is trying to take me away from Fin out of revenge. There's no way we can know for sure without a spy on the inside, and something tells me he would spot one easily. Hawk nodded, thinking. Melinda spoke up. Who is this guy, and why are you telling him everything? Oh, if only I could explain Hawk in a few words. This is Hawk. He trained me for a lot of my life. He's the second in command of the bounty hunters, the leader of which, the chief, is my adopted father. Oh, she said. But you're magical. Yeah, it was a surprise to me too, but I was raised human with the bounty hunters. I didn't know about the magic until more recently. So in short, I trust him. We don't need to trust him, Helix said, because we are leaving. It's my job to keep you safe, Melinda, and I intend to continue to do that. He took up a position behind Melinda's chair. Don't let me keep you, I said, acid in my voice. I didn't appreciate the way he spoke to Hawk after he'd saved us. Nor did I appreciate the fact they both wanted to run away from a fight they were as central to as Fin and me. Helix dug out his phone and punched a few buttons while I stared at him. When he finished, he looked back at me with the same unflappable expression on his face I'd learned over our multiple interactions. And you, Melinda, do you want to run too? It wasn't a fair question given all she'd endured, and I knew it. My anger took over as it usually did, and came out of my mouth. She didn't answer but stared down at her feet. Helix keeps me safe, she said, as if that were an answer. Fin looked like he wanted to say something, but then changed his mind. He sat back in the chair, watching his sister. What do you want to do, Zoey? Hawk asked. I gave Helix and Melinda one last look, and turned my attention to Hawk. I'm tired of running and hiding. I want to go into the heart of his home and tear it out like he's done to me. Fin stared at me like I'd grown another head. What? I said. I'm tired of this fucker always winning. I'm not going down again. He shrugged. We tried a head-on approach before. No, you tried one and didn't clue me in. And we had zero support. In this case, I think at the very least the bounty hunters will fight with me. His confusion slid into something like awe. Some of the Fi I know would love the opportunity to take Esteban down. I shifted so I could look at him easier. I bet we know a few mages like the captain, who would also be willing to throw their magic into the ring. You want everyone to fight together? Helix said. It will never work. The species don't mix that way. I held up my hand. People who want to run off and hide don't get to offer suggestions on the plan. Melinda whispered to him and all he did was glare my way. He could glare all he wanted, I didn't answer to him. I returned my attention to Hawk. What intel do you have? He gave me a wicked smile, crossed to his desk, dug around in the bottom drawer and produced an overstuffed file folder. Hard copy, of course. I don't know what his tech capabilities are. We started gathering information years ago, and continued to more after you left. I took the file. You didn't think I'd want to see this when I told you guys point blank I was going after the Black Mage. He stood his ground a few feet in front of me. You weren't ready. You were going off half-cocked with Fi. You needed more help than that, but until you asked for it, we weren't going to give it to you. I huffed. You don't get to make my choices for me. And yet, in this case, we did it to keep you safe. I opened the file. Stop saying we, like you and the chief are one entity. You're both overbearing assholes, but definitely two separate ones. Maybe I'm using the royal we. I rolled my eyes and scanned the papers, but I was too tired and too wired all at once to absorb anything. I'm taking this, I said, handing the file to Fin. Do you think our safe house is still secure? It should be. I've had people watching. Of course he had. Melinda stood and wandered over to where we were. I tried to keep my face neutral even though I wanted to tell her off. You're right here yet? I asked. She shook her head. I'm not going anywhere. I want to help. We all looked to Helix, who stood where she'd left him, seething. I broke the tense silence. Why? Why right now, I mean? She didn't look at me, but at Fin. It's time. We need to combine our magic, and use the help offered to take our brother down. The end. Read on for the final story in Zoey and Fin's fight for justice. Download Black Mage Hunter, here.